All right, chat. Hi. So I decided to stream, if you can believe it. It's a rumor that I may or may not be streaming right now. It's going pretty well. I just started introducing myself and acknowledging the fact that I'm streaming. So I think it's going pretty good. So I was thinking about playing weird games. And I was like, why not stream these weird games? I'm going to do that because this kind of stream that I'm about to do is honestly what I want most of my streams to be like. The last few streams have been very strange. Me testing out this whole camera thing. Now I want to try figuring out a balance between using the camera and not using the camera so that while I'm playing games, it'll just be the game. And if I'm just talking about things or whatever, I will bring it back for some reason. Not a whole lot is new with me. Still no job. I'm up to like 140 something applications. Cool. But I went to a interesting musical event today. There's something called a Porch Fest, where it's some local neighborhoods here in Minneapolis where people volunteer their houses or their porches to be used as places for bands to perform. Everyone gets a map, and then on the day of the event, you just wander around through the neighborhood, and like every couple blocks, it's a different band playing on a porch. It's mostly like rock and folk music, but there was also some uh some jazz and some like hip hop stuff thrown in there. But so there's around 33 houses that volunteered and 60 bands that performed. It's just kind of interesting because it's like when you volunteer your house, you're sort of adopting this band. Like they use your house to put all their instruments and stuff in, and like they use your bathroom and things and your electricity and all that. And then people just sort of like Halloween, like they go trick or treating house to house, except each house has a different band that's playing for like 30 minutes. The only unfortunate thing about it is that the event only lasts like 5 hours. And there's way more bands performing than you can physically get to during the event. So when I went, I got to see like three bands. I hung around for one, watched it for a while, and I posted videos from it in my Discord. It was fun. I think it's just the second year that they've done it, and I think they're going to continue doing it because the turnout was huge. There was like several thousand people estimated to have attended because it was just a cool, easy thing to attend. And it gets a lot of attention because the music is coming from the places where people live. So they're like, what's all this music? And they walk around and they find out, oh, there's bands playing. Other neighborhoods, well, groups of neighborhoods have done it in the past. So it's kind of spreading around, or neighborhoods work together cooperatively, collaboratively in order to make it happen. Cool. Um, Yeah, hello everyone. Yeah, old man Johannes, username Blue Tongue, Inner Evil, and F48BO, who wanted to let me know that I can get cheap viewers on a website called 303HKCUAN/YKC something like, yeah. Nice. I don't need free viewers. I want to pay for viewers. Pay per viewer. Yeah, they're not just cheap, they're the best viewers as well. So the music that you heard at the beginning, as you can tell, I'm kind of themed to it, but the music was called Submergence. It was by Survival Spheres, who does retro horror game inspired music. So it's original music inspired by like save rooms from Resident Evil or Silent Hill and stuff like that. So they're really nice ambient sounds. So, first thing I want to show tonight, because this stream is called Looks at Notes Weird Games and Weird Things. And the first thing is a weird thing. So let me bring this weird thing up. Now, I'm going to do a bit of a disclaimer. Well, not a disclaimer, just a note. What you're about to see was generated by Gasp AI, and I think this is an interesting use of it because it's just some dude posting videos on Instagram that are cool and creative and have little stories that go along with it. You know, it's just someone's hobby. You know, he didn't fire 300 people to replace them with bad looking AI. It's just some artist having fun. And that's some of my favorite parts of AI generated stuff is just weird, surreal, dreamlike things. It's not trying to imitate anything else per se. It's not like trying to steal. I just think this is a good use of it. And it's something called Latent Spaces. It's an Instagram account, and I had a nightmare trying to even get an Instagram account to view this. And I really don't like video players on desktop versions of things that are usually used on a phone because the video players are like, oh, we're not going to give you individual audio levels. It's just going to be either mute the audio or not. And the audio is usually deafeningly loud. So I preemptively lowered the volume a lot. All right. I'll be here. I'll be down here during this. So I don't really know the best way to show this type of stuff because you can't full screen it. And I guess the Instagrams really wants you to view it in a mobile like format. So here's just little mini documentaries of just weird stuff.
Park contamination. Several species of dangerous water dwellers have been discovered in Quarry Park near St. Cloud, Minnesota.
I've been there.
Local officials are attributing the maiming of several swimmers to these unsightly creatures. Once a series of abandoned mine pits, the repurposed quarry is now a popular destination for aquatic recreation, attracting thousands of visitors every summer. The park has been closed while ministry researchers investigate the attacks. It is believed that an unidentified residue left behind during the former mining operation is responsible for the advanced mutation and rapid evolution of the local ecology. Corrupted sequences from native flora and fauna have been uncovered within the genetic structure of the mutated creatures. During autopsies, ministry researchers noted the presence of primitive appendages and lungs indicating an evolutionary attempt at land traversal. Biological remains found on the perimeter of the swimming holes support this theory. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
Isn't that nice? It's cool that they're discovering new species every day.
Atlanta. Widespread damage caused by major volcanic activity is being reported this evening in and around Atlanta, Georgia. At around 4:33 this afternoon, geologists began recording a concerning uptick in seismic readings several miles beneath the city. At 5:05 p.m., Atlanta experienced a 7.8 magnitude earthquake with an epicenter near the I-75 and I-85 downtown connector highway interchange. The earthquake has caused a string of large lava breaches and violent eruptions throughout the densely populated urban center. Injuries are expected to be in the tens of thousands, while the death toll could reach well above 1,000. Civilian scientists speculate that the origin of the events may be related to the nearby Brevard Fault Zone. Ministry researchers, however, have gathered evidence that the subterranean traversal of a massive cylindrical entity may be the more likely source of destruction. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
See, wouldn't life be more exciting if we had stuff like this going on every day? But according to a commenter, the Waffle House is still open. So that's good.
Phones logged. A slot of mysterious telecommunication equipment has been discovered in the remote wilderness of concrete swamp outside of Columbia, South Carolina. Telephones, payphones, and switchboards litter the swampy landscape with no indication of their origin or purpose. Despite no physical connection to surrounding infrastructure, the equipment appears to be powered on and ready for use. Dial tones emitted from the handsets indicate an established connection to a network of some sort. Despite the apparent functionality, all attempts to connect a call through the equipment were met with harshly distorted moaning noises screaming back through the earpieces of the forsaken phones. Ministry agents testing the equipment each reported being struck with an intense sense of unease and nausea before vomiting profusely into the surrounding bog. Nearby residents are being asked to report any disturbance in their own attempts at telephonic communication. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
Nice. Analog phones are very spooky. But I love this format. I love how quick it is. It just shows thing after thing. No, it's just really nice. Calls are coming from inside the forest.
Succu toads.
Sucky
Native to the
toads.
Sonoran Desert surrounding Tucson, Arizona, succu toads are a desert-dwelling variety of amphibian known for their unique appearance and psychoactive properties. The thick gel-filled leaves of a succu toad are regularly shed as the creature matures. This natural detritus known as suckies is scavenged by a group of local succu toad enthusiasts that refer to themselves as suckers. When succu toad leaves are consumed orally by humans, it causes a distinct shift of bodily perception. I dunno man, it's hard to explain. Set one sucker of the experience, it kinda just literally makes you feel like a literal toad. With the big eyes and the long tongue and shit. It's a quick high though, literally doesn't linger at all, the sucker went on to explain shortly before hopping away to rejoin her companions. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
Kinda makes me want to be a sucker. Oh yeah, the previous one. This is what they meant by nature calls. Very nice.
SKINCRAWLERS.
Alright. Nothing can prepare you for the dong crawlers. It's not what you might be thinking.
Farmers near Grand Island, Nebraska are reporting bell-like anthropods traversing their field crops late into the night, colloquially being referred to by locals as dime crawlers. The origin of these strange creatures is currently unknown. Dime crawlers do not appear to pose any physical threat to humans at this point in time. Dime crawlers have simply been observed wandering through the fields at a leisurely pace, stopping only to emit a deafening chime in unison with one another at sporadic intervals. Exactly 2.4 seconds after each dime crawler chime, a meteoroid enters the Earth's atmosphere with a radiant near the constellation of Perseus. The significance of this correlation is currently under investigation, along with its relation to nearby comet 109P/Swift-Tuttle and its accompanying Perseid meteor shower, which will peak on August 12th. As this date approaches, local
2 days
officials
ago.
are making a concerted effort to distribute earplugs to nearby residents. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
I wonder how many of these should show at a time. Dong crawler sounds like someone's spore creature. There were a lot of crawling dongs in Spore, you are correct. I like this one a lot because it is just... I've never really seen a concept quite like this, but just like the imagery is so... just so striking, I guess. I don't know. It's cool.
Ministry investigators have uncovered a network of makeshift medical facilities scattered throughout Trenton, New Jersey. Evidence suggests that the facilities are being used to illegally harvest mass amounts of data from sedated humans. Petabytes of raw brainwave REM and other biometric data were recovered on site. Further investigation indicates that these dream mills are run by an underground group of criminals known as dream dealers, none of whom were apprehended in the raid. Dream dealers coordinate a complicated operation involving kidnapping, human trafficking, anesthesiology, computer science, and data brokerage. Digital forensics indicate that the data farmed from the victims is sent to buyers with the intention of training advanced neural networks. The identity and motivation of these buyers is currently unknown. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
So this particular concept, yeah, it's like 1980s Matrix. This is a concept that I like talking about on stream a lot. Not quite exactly this, but this idea that in the future, I think maybe we'll have something called dream streaming, where I mean, this is probably like way, way, way future, probably not even in our generations. But so when you're watching a stream like this one, a lot of people around the world are all watching one person and the things that are happening on this one person's computer. Now imagine if instead of a computer that you're watching, that all of our brains are interconnected and you're all connecting to my brain. And what you would do is that a dream streamer would experience all kinds of things in their waking state in order to refine what their dreams become. You know, sometimes if you have prolonged exposure to certain things, like if you're playing a game a long time, that your dream is influenced by this thing that you've done a lot of over and over again. So dream streamers spend a lot of time just exposing themselves to all kinds of just weird input like that. And then during the dream stream, everyone goes to sleep. We're all sleeping together, but not how you might think. And your brain is being fed the dream of the dream streamer, and we all have a collective dream experience. And you subscribe to the dream streamers. And here, this is, footage of it happening. So you get in your room and everyone is together and you subscribe to certain dreams that you want to experience, and certain streamers are better at doing like, dreams that are more on the like fantasy side, where it's more kind of like medieval dragons and kinds of things, whereas other dream streamers are better at creating more of like a uh more abstract hallucinogenic type dreams where you can't really fully understand what you're looking at or things like that. So in the future, people just not only do you spend your daytime connecting with other humans, but you spend your sleep time neurologically connecting with other humans. So you're just continuously at all times having a collective human experience that is influenced by other humans in real time. Uh, and it'll cost you, $120,000 to get that set up in your house. But the price will go down eventually.
Red Bretonians, widespread blackouts are being reported in Boise, Idaho and surrounding suburbs. The power outages are being attributed to a group of sentient entities known as Bretonians. Bretonians could be spotted siphoning energy from power lines, substations, and other electrical infrastructure. Composed of 90% superheated plasma, these cationic beings tend to emerge when strong fluctuations in both interlatent and electromagnetic fields drift into phase with one another. Bretonian sightings are extremely dangerous, albeit short-lived. Protonians are known to live out the entirety of their lives in distinct microbursts lasting no longer than 2 to 3 seconds. What may appear to humans as a momentary flash of light is in fact the entire life cycle of an intelligent being from birth to death and all the moments in between. The Ministry is funding the development of an ultra-high-speed communication protocol in an effort to make contact with the fleeting life forms. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
It's like I haven't seen concepts quite like things shown here. Like it's just so interesting and creative. Now, I don't know as a fact that AI is being used here. It's just it looks very AI-like, but there could be a lot of human aspects to it too. There's a lot of consistency across stuff, so I feel like they must be like a hybrid of things to produce this. But I'll keep showing a few more, but I want to put a link to this channel in the chat if people are interested in watching all of these, because I think there's a lot of them. Latent Places.
The single cell. This giant protozoa is the loneliest living organism on planet Earth. Floating
Relatable.
aimlessly at the oceanic pole of inaccessibility, aka Point Nemo, the solitary creature inhabits what is arguably the most remote location in the world. 1,670 miles from dry land in any direction, Point Nemo has only ever served as a safe disposal ground for decommissioned space vessels and is void of any other life. The single cell is fueled by salt ions, has no predators, and is too weak to escape the vortex of currents that imprisons it. The single cell has never undergone mitosis or engaged in sexual reproduction, instead opting to grow indefinitely. Left unchecked, the cell would likely expand and engulf the Earth in its depressing cytoplasm. The Ministry has formulated plans to detonate a small-yield nuclear warhead within its cell walls before this comes to pass. This has been a public service announcement
Oh.
from the Ministry of Latent Places.
Of course, when humanity finds something that it doesn't understand, it just wants to kill it, destroy it.
Root people. A vast network of sentient roots has been discovered under the Garden Maze at Luray Caverns in Virginia. The business has undergone recent media scrutiny due to the unexplained disappearance of multiple patrons while in its ornamental garden. Ministry agents have confirmed that the nearby caverns extend underneath the maze, creating its own series of labyrinths about 200 feet directly beneath the tourist attraction. Growing from the floors, walls, and ceilings of this hidden cave system are exposed roots that resemble an expansive group of writhing humanoids. Although root people appear to be comprised of individual bodies, they are thought to be a single interconnected predatory organism. Forensic remains indicate that root people fuel their growth by extracting moisture and mineral content from biological tissue. Internal documents obtained by ministry agents suggest an attempt to conceal the garden maze disappearances from the public. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
Root people. So here's kind of a view of all the other ones. They've made a lot. Oh God. I'll pick one of these others before we move on to games. Please stand by. That interests me. Well, I stood by. Okay, let's do this one.
Carmine Manor. These seemingly unending corridors. Blood.
Sorry, that's loud.
Blood. announcement. What?
Nice. I'll have to visit someday. All right, so games. And I think it's about time to revisit. Oh no, I think it closed itself. Did it? Weird. It automatically closed. Here. All right, so long from camera for a little bit. Just gonna check in on my NODOMUS, see how it's doing. All right. The ROV seems to have dropped pretty significantly, but the cage is increased. All right. How about, how's the outdoors doing? Oh wait, no, this is their other one. Well, it's at least evolved 2 or 3 stages. Doesn't look a whole lot different though, but it's getting there. Ah, they corrected the time. That's good. The coordinates still aren't accurate. All right. It's changed a little bit, but it's pretty much how it was last time I checked. Nice. Now this next one, might be a virus. We shall see. What's really cool is it doesn't show up in the browser. Well, this. Wait. Come on, you can do it. Come on. Alright, gonna have to do it the hard way. The fail safe. Alright. This is CNN. Now this is I am not what remains.
That viewers will be outside beyond. I will lie and crucified before. Nothing but the ANC Godlow and Glenn beyond. To the end. Superimpose those walls and then I will. And then came beyond the skin me to have reasons that viewers will live in his island reality.
Superimpose those lost appendages to shrivel and clench beyond the skin veins to have these nerves and neurons, the true divine design of biology. Once knew me, these nerves, reporting high temperatures. Flesh, death is haunting me despite once had purpose, cutting not in the way you or I, simulacra of the true divine design, burst violently. I am okay. Malformed data. I get to reconnect. Nutrients, each convulsion results in 2. To me, it is haunting me. It mutilates intestines and contact and convulse. But only very sustenance organs and organisms may. I could perceive all that I afraid these muscles. Organs need to vanish with the intestinal. Do not approach my while killing all. I live, there is no fashion reaching between. Yet I live, there is. It's very lovely. I am not what remains. Now, pretty sure this is also a virus. So let's check it out. Uh-oh. Immediately closes itself. It's a good sign. Uh, okay, I don't think this one's going to open. Probably was actually a virus because the name of it is 000000FF0000, and the description is just all like base 64 randomness. So that's why I clicked on it. Nice. Let's experience something a little more grounded called Sanctuary. Graphical quality. The only choice is enough. Hello, Strudel. Welcome back. On the telephone forest, you read that you have to count the rings to know how old the tree is. Nice. I'm applauding in my mind. I probably had to decrypt that virus to actually make it be able to see it. It was worth the time and effort, Mech. I appreciate it. Alright. Sanctuary. Oops. I always appreciate, and I'm not being sarcastic, I appreciate just no explanation. It's just, here's a thing, just go perceive this thing. Like, sure, I'm always down to perceive. Yeah, DTP. shall enter. But I cannot. Use some of these bunny hopping skills. Something out here. Scale is a little weird. Love to come across a basalt monolith in the wild, just emitting some nice vibes. I believe this is someone's like audio visual project. And it shows. It's very nice. Uh-oh. So I'm gonna make my way over here. It's interesting because like in real life, I've had moments where the sky is so vividly one color. Like when I try to take a picture of it, like my phone just can't capture how like vivid the color is. Like I had it one time where the sky was just so orange, just unbelievably orange. And it actually wasn't because of smoke, because I know that happened out on the West Coast, US. But I was like, oh my God, I gotta get pictures of this. But just the pictures could not capture just how incredibly bright everything was. I know there's some cameras out there that can actually capture, like, they produce things called HDR eyes, where they can actually get brightness values higher than ordinary phones. And they're using computer graphics pretty often. So they're high dynamic range. Would love to have that technology. Sorry. It's going to turn this down a little bit. The game is called Sanctuary. I'll bring up the itch page after we're done here to get more details. Right, yeah, it starts introducing more instruments the closer I get. It looks like this is quite loud, but I know that in OBS the audio measurement is often skewed because really low-pitched bassy noises appear way louder than they're perceived. Oh. All right. Yeah, real-time DMCA. That's the future we can look forward to. I think I need to commit cube. It's going to go the opposite way than going to the sanctuary looking thing. See if there's anything this direction. This sounds new. there, Electric Eel. Welcome. I hope your break is going well. Ooh, a distant bridge has appeared. Oh, yeah, you're right. Otakode? I think it's how you pronounce your name. Yeah, there was 3 dots on the door, so maybe that I've found 3 monoliths. Something new unlocked. Yeah, it is a really abrupt cutoff. I don't know. A lot of games I play too tend to just be random like game jam things or some like art students project or whatever, so chances are there's going to be a lot of bugs and unintended things. It would be nice if it wasn't abruptly cut off, or if there was, that it had some sort of like reverb or something that made it feel intentional. This reminds you of Scavenger SV1. It sounds familiar. Okay, well, I haven't been here. I saw the sanctuary over there, but I want to see what this does. Is Scavenger... Is that one survival game? That does sound kind of familiar. You're a spaceman on a ship dropping down on planets, going in weird places. Is that the game where the main interface is like this really elaborate, intentionally complex UI of like a bunch of nonsensical stuff? And you just sort of click around until you eventually find your way to different planets. Okay, yeah, that sounds familiar. Okay, I have been here before. Okay, I'm gonna commit cube, and maybe that will get me to the sanctuary quicker. It did. A lot of the games that I find for this type of stream have like no comments or like videos done on them, so I never know what is going to happen. And it's happened in the past where I'll leave the only comment on a game that was uploaded like 5 years ago, and the dev was like, whoa, someone played this? Cool, thanks. And then they just like show up and chat. I love that. And oh my god, like, I'm sure a lot of you are aware of the game jam called, well, Ludum Dare, but some people call it Ludum Dare. I think it's Dare, but easily the biggest game jam that happens next to the global game jam. And oh my god, that jam has grown so much. It's unbelievable. Like, I was thinking like, maybe I'll find some other interesting games if I look in the jam submissions. And there was 3,200 games submitted to the most recent jam. Oh my god, like, I participated in Ludum Dare once, many years ago, and I think there was like 200 submissions, so we were thinking, damn, that is a lot of games, but 3,000 now? Like, I don't think in a lifetime you could play through 3,000 games. I mean, given a lot of them are just kind of, you know, my first game, because that's kind of the point of jams, is getting people just making games regardless of your skill level. Yeah, they do judge submissions. Like, people vote on stuff, so you can get it narrowed down to like a list of like 100 by people rating and awards and stuff. But man, all right, here's the moment of truth. Oh, the dots are red. Just what I was hoping to find. Well, so I fully committed to that cube. And it's gone. So let's take a look at the page for this. So that was Sanctuary by Connor Sherlock. Eerie, lonesome exploration of a land that shares a similar sense of enormity and mystery to Ico's abandoned fortress, Eco. Crossing the bridge with the wind whistling in your ears is a highlight. Oh, that's a quote from someone that played it. Sense of scale here seems to be quite interesting. Also, what is up with these cubes? And that's from Rock Lee Smile. I watch his streams from time to time. He's he used to stream with Northern Lion a lot before Northern Lion got enormous in popularity and intelligence. And this was uploaded in 2015 and was updated in 2018. Very cool. I like these kinds of experiences. Now here's something a little more structured. Ever so slightly more structured. Titled Saturnalia. Oh, and it's by Graeme Borland. Graeme? I've never heard this name before. Graeme Borland. Yeah, I think he was involved with Portal Biscuits podcast. He was kind of like in the whole sphere of like devs, game dev, game journalists, kind of big opinions on games, broadcast, and around the time of like 2010 to 2015-ish. I mean, he's still around and still streams, but I think that's kind of where he got most popular. Yeah, the HOA needs to work on getting these power lines buried. Definitely lived places where there's some really precariously placed power lines. Like my internet cable in the place where I lived before I am now, I could see my internet leaving my room and just draped over a couple trees and then going underground somewhere. I'm just like praying that some tree doesn't blow over and just rip everything off, or a bird doesn't just like chew on it, or I don't know, mouse. Oh, we got some more cubes. Nice. I don't think I did that right. When the moon blocks the sun, it's an eclipse. What do you call the rings of Saturn blocking the sun over your head? I don't know if that's like a literal question, or is this a like prompt to a joke? I don't know, a halo? Yeah, bundles of coax cables tied up. Genuine question. Does that ever occur? When the moon blocks the sun, so what do you call rings of Saturn blocking the sun? Well, we would never see that on Earth, right? Because Saturn is further away. Like, Saturn never is between the sun and Earth. The Earth can be between Saturn and the sun, or the sun is between Earth and Saturn. So I guess we would never know what that phenomenon is like. Okay. Yeah, that's what, I know this is controversial opinion, but something that I really appreciated in Starfield is just all of the casual observations of like what really strange planets look like relative to one another. If you're on one planet and you're near a big ringed planet, one that is way closer than you would ever see on Earth, like, kind of take it for granted here that like we never see any celestial bodies any bigger than the moon. Like, that's the closest thing we've ever seen with our own eyes. Just can't imagine what it would be like if our planet had something even closer to the moon that was in the sky at all times. Well, or be really visible at certain times. What kind of effects that would have on our day-to-day lives, having something that close. easy. Oh yeah, No Man's Sky has those moments too, right? Oh, speaking of, this is from Ludum Dare 39. Dari. By Greybore. They're still going though. Interesting. I don't know if there's any actual specific mechanics that were happening here, but I don't know. I like how it looks. I like how it feels. Neat. I like games that just kind of make you go like, huh, that was cool. I think that's everything. Since the credits came up, I assume that's it. All right. That was Saturnalia by Graeme Borland. This game is made in 72 hours. Short little experience. Once you see the credits in the screen, you've done everything. I've done everything. Nice. Now what do I have next? I have some longer form ones that I want to do. I think I'll save one of the longer form ones to like closer to the end, quote unquote, of the quote unquote stream, quote unquote. All right, so this one is very me. It's called Tonight You Die. Oops. Duende Games. Now I'm scared. I love the imagery. Cool. Oh boy, that's going to be loud. Turning it down. Oh, geez. Okay, mouse sensitivity is really high. This is very me because there's a lot of gray and concrete, which are two of my favorite things. Am I a fan of brutalist architecture? Absolutely. In fact, I have a folder on my computer that's just a collection of brutalist architecture. But I've heard from actual architects that people are kind of misusing the term. Kind of like how everything is a liminal space now. If it's just kind of weird, it's liminal. Whereas, like, there's a concrete building, it must be brutalist. There's a world of VR chat called Asbestos, and it's just brutalism you can walk around. Sounds up my alley. Yeah, you should send me the screenshots of that. Yeah, I'm always looking for just cool VR chat worlds. Yeah, anxiety simulator. Yeah, witness the jump scare in the wild as it approaches its prey. Unsuspecting itch.io game player fully expects to be jump scared, yet it still approaches. I do have a limiter on in OBS, but you know, perceived loudness is often different than actual loudness. Like when you hear a clipping microphone, you expect it to be loud just because that's usually a symptom of something loud, but the actual like decibel level of the sound could be low, but it's clipping, so it's perceived louder than it actually is. Damn, the drones are kicking in now. I can't jump or anything. Could fall off. I want to hear these sick beats, as the kids say. Alright, I'm gonna commit to cube. Aww. Oh, they were right. Wonder how Duende Games is doing these days. Squires. I hear lyrics, I get scared. All right, let's see what additional information we can get about that. Okay, where did it go? Okay, why'd the game disappear from my game list? All right. It says, wander a dreary city of concrete structures and unknown melodies. Tonight You Die is an audio-rich, first-person exploration game. Players are abandoned in a desolate, brutalist cityscape with only a menacing note as a clue. Tonight You Die. Content warning. Game contains themes of suicide. Spoilers. I mean, that's up for debate. Just because I fell off a building and it said that I died, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what happened. It's up to interpretation. It was uploaded in 2015, was updated April of this year. It's always so weird to me. Like sometimes devs will just randomly update their game like 7 years later, and there's no explanation about like what they updated. Guess maybe they're like, oh, I'm putting together my portfolio. I better go like fix things before I put it on ArtStation or something. Oh, and it was by P.O.S.S.U.M. Oh yeah, let's see what other games has P.O.S.S.U.M done. Exit 19. I feel like I've played that. And No Clip. Explore landscape of disfigured shapes and distorted views. That sounds up my alley. Sure, why not? Let's download this. Also, I really like the Itch app because one of the annoying things that would always happen when you play a lot of games off of Itch is having to download everything individually, got to extract it, got to put it in the folder, and you end up having this big, like, janky folder of stuff. It's nice having a convenient way where it can just easily open and close games and uninstall and not have to worry about it. And even better, though, if it's a browser-based game, like an HTML5 game or something, the app has its own browser to run it like it's a normal app. So you don't have to like window capture your Chrome. So obnoxious having to do all that. Okay, I do have a mute button if this immediately is loud as hell. Graphics quality is protect your eyes. I really like when you can't see it, but like indie devs, if they're using like the Unity graphics prompt in the beginning, you can put custom words in for the different graphics tiers. So this is called protect your eyes quality. This is by the same dev. Oh yeah, you should protect your eyes. It's probably going to be bright and flash a lot. Duende Games. Legendary. R if you need to read. Some audio visual synchronization going on. I dig it. Holy moly, that's loud. Okay, here we go. like the music. This is nice. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, what happens? Oh, okay. Guess I'm collecting these. Reminds me of an album cover. What band is it? Like an illustration of a bunch of crosses in a field. And I like how they just confidently just put two Unity primitive rectangles, cross them over. Just all those Z's fighting. Master of Puppets, yeah. How am I supposed to reach it? Yeah, this is what going to church is like in 2024. They're trying to appeal to the kids. I'd go to church if this is what it was like. Gravity is getting lower with each cube. It's time to ascend. Alright, just gotta set aside my, my sensory organs and just let my body guide me through this. You don't need your eyes for where I'm going. Oh, I go through them. Oh, hey, Short Talk, welcome. Hope you've been EQing it up. And I don't mean emotional intelligence, I mean, questing of ever. I saw someone on a dating site that was like, I value men with high EQ, and I'm like, hey, I got like 6 characters in EQ. They're pretty high level. And then I was disappointed when I later learned what that means. Sure where that last one is. Yeah, the highest EQ you've ever seen, girl. Whoa, there was a secret cube inside the pyramid. I knew it. Theories were true. Wasn't a acquirable cube, though. Yeah, I think I have to go back to the polygon forest. Okay, if I don't find a cube over there, I will move on. Because this is all well and good. But I have a bazillion games lined up. Uh-oh. Just gonna have to feel my way around in here, I guess. Or not. Okay, I think I'm stuck. No, I jumped into the like pile of polygons, and I think I went through a collider, and now I'm stuck inside. Yeah, I officially cannot escape. Darn. Well, that was fun. That was no clip by was uploaded by P.O.S.S.U.M. Music by Taylor Shechet. Exhibited at Cluster New Music Plus Integrated Arts Festival 2015. Yeah, that was Short Talk. That was really demo scene kind of stuff. Oh yeah, that was in Unity, and this is a very common problem if people are new to Unity, is that okay, when you have a model and you apply something called a mesh collider to it, it will just use that model as the collision detection. The problem is if any of the faces are facing inwards or just the wrong direction and a player walks through it, you can walk through the back side of a face, but then once you pass through, that face immediately becomes collidable. So if you have a cube with inward facing faces and you go into the cube, suddenly you're trapped inside the cube. So I think that's what happened here is they just threw a mesh collider onto the pile of polygons, and then I must have gone through a back face and then I couldn't get out. So I'll forever remain in limbo in the Duende Games universe. Oh, yeah, I did say this is part of a integrated music and integrated arts festival. And it has a website. Oh no. And I go to the website and it says not found. Clusterfestival.com in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Oh, and this festival's still going on. It happened May 31st of this year. Here, I'll capture this so you guys can see. It seems like an interesting festival. Cluster, new music and integrated arts. It's hot, hotter than ever before. The air feels electric, magnetic opposites everywhere. And you're in the middle. It's pushing, it's pulling, it won't stop, and you're restless. We're all so incredibly restless. A frenzy is building inside and needs to release. Oh. Cluster 2024 is here to guide you with 4 incredible music events premiering new and exciting music from world class artists, locally and nationally, an interactive audio sculptural installation that brings us closer to the waterways that shape this fine city, and a new series of workshops for the curious and creative for all ages. Cluster, a cold plunge for the hottest day of your life. From artistic director Ash Ow. Speaking of Ow, yellow background, I would absolutely go to an event like this if it was in my city. Look at the names of these. Environment Machine Shop, Hyperfem Galactica, Pulse, Parallel Motions, Reframe, Bring Your Own Score, Composer's Test Kitchen, Movement and Sound, Weather Parade Dance Theater. Cluster is one of Winnipeg's most dynamic arts events. This absolutely looks like an arts festival based on these pictures. Let's see some photos from this. Flickr, dang, I didn't know anyone used Flickr still. This has been going on since 2010? Why isn't there a 2020? What happened? Did something happen? Oh my god, this event looks incredible. What is happening here? Is that a long Furby? Yeah, Furby guitar. If I had infinite money, I would just fly around the world and just, for the rest of my life, attend weird arts events like this. God, stuff like this brings back so many memories. This sort of feeling, like in Minneapolis, we have a lot of these old artist lofts that are converted into art spaces, or I should say, warehouses converted into artist lofts. So it's always this sort of like exposed brick with like HVAC tubes and stuff all over the place. And then you got just laptops and computers laying around everywhere, and something's projected on the wall. People are sitting around on the ground. We're just talking about cool, weird stuff, planning events, talking about how we're going to get all the computers on site. This is like when I was doing a lot of like the VR installations. I was in meetings that looked exactly like this. So they're like, all right, so how many headsets do you need? And I'm like, well, we got someone that's showing something off on Gear VR, and we have a Vive. So I'm going to need 2 Vives and some sort of like lighting systems so that people can see where they are. And I have pictures and stuff of my installations too. And for a while, there was a someone who was early to the whole VR scene in, in a, oh my God, where are we going? In kind of a indie dev named Kabibo. Does a lot of just abstract, strange stuff, but he was doing stuff in VR pretty early. And he flew from California to Minnesota for the event. Speaking of which, um, and I got to talk to him, and he was showing one of his projects, and he was pretty big at the time. Like people who had headsets were like, "Oh, see, look, VR being used for like artistic purposes. This is how we're gonna get new interesting ideas." And he was on top of that. He was showing off one of his things, and he just handed me a flash drive, and he's like, "Yeah, it's one of the things on there. Just grab the first folder, move it over." And I just grabbed the entire folder and put it on my computer and put it in there to run it. But then I didn't realize that I copied a folder over that was called like prototypes. So I have this folder of like dozens of weird VR prototypes by this artist that I don't think he ever showed publicly. I mean, I wouldn't go against his wishes and invade privacy. I don't think I was supposed to have all of these things. He probably didn't realize they were still on the drive, but I still have it. And I haven't really heard from him in a long time, so I don't know what he's up to, but like, maybe I should go back and look at what was in that folder that he gave me. Well, anyway, that event seems really cool. If you're in Manitoba, check out Cluster Festival. Sounds like a good time. Oh yeah, and definitely part of the aesthetic of those experiences is just cables everywhere. Like no cable management whatsoever. There's just cables going to more cables of cables. Okay, this game is a little more known. You may have seen other people stream this one before. It is titled um 1 second. Actually, let me save that one for later. I'll just leave you all in suspense. This one fits the tone that we're going for tonight. So that's part of the journey when I like doing streams like this is I'll start with one game and I have, a cluster of like 30 games that I want to play. And instead of trying to plan them all out in order, I just think like what would kind of thematically fit going from one game to the next. And I keep forgetting that I have this set up right here. Hi. I have a camera pointing at me at all times. But I don't want to break your immersion, so I'm going to go back into the darkness. This one is called Helen's Tapes. And it's another audio-visual experience. Yeah, is the theme for today cubes? That has been a consistent theme for sure. Uh, this, wait. Let's reopen that so you can see what that said. Uh, oh, disclaimer, Helen's Tapes is an immersive audiovisual experience. It is not a traditional game, but a musical project designed to engage you. All right, so this is not a game. Just like the Rene Magritte. That may not have been a pipe. And this is not a game. That is a classy art history reference. um preemptively, hey, this is made in Godot. Putting audio down to 25% because a lot of devs have no regard for their players' eardrums. Yay, Strudel knows the reference. I've never known how to pronounce it. Ceci n'est pas une le pipe. Something. Un jus. Uh, how do I start? Is this so conceptual that there is no actual way to start the game? Okay. Wait. No, that actually quit. Okay, let's try that again. PC human on. I am on. Volume 1 pack not found in the executable. Can't tell if this is intentional. Oh, P.O.S.S.U.M. Okay, apparently not everything is here. Volume 1 pack. You can find it at tunalad.itch.io/Helen's tapes. Oh, we're gonna go on a journey to play this game, I guess. How do I get back to Helen? Where did you go? Helen! I mean, it looks cool from the screenshots, so I'm willing to go through what I need to play. This is more of a, it says this is more of a portfolio project. Feel free to contact me if you like it. Oh, volume. Click to download to get access to, okay, volume 1 pack. Oh, I have to individually download parts of the game to play it. After downloading the client, you have to download volume 1 pack 2. The pack file should be placed in the same folder as the client. Dang. What's tricky though is that the itch app uses like that annoying directory, that temp apps or whatever that's way deep in your computer. I wonder if I can just open that directly. Oh, open folder and explore. Thank Jesus. Yeah, app data / roaming / itch / apps. Okay. I would normally show you guys what I'm doing, but I don't know. I'm like digging through my hacker files. Okay, so where's this pack file that I just downloaded? Now I have 2 files. There's Helen Tapes. Helen Tapes 2. But that folder is empty. Mystery continues. When installing, you'll have to create a customs folder in the same place as the. Oh my god, I have to make a new folder to play this game. Customs. Okay. Now, where did the Volume 1 pack go? It just dumped it directly into my apps folder. Cool. Um, why am I not seeing it? Our downloads? My downloads folder contains a folder called Immensely Sharp Wolf and Routinely Sharp Bulldog. Really makes you think. Why am I not seeing this file? It said it was put here. Okay, roaming slash itch slash apps should be volume 1. Okay, download, installing. But the question is, are you really installing? I think it could be an illusion. Okay, I think what I have to do is not go through the app. I think this game was probably made before the app. I think it's the app that is not cooperating. All right. Hang in there, y'all. I'm sure it will be worth all the effort. Hey, there's no comments on this game. So I may be the first person to ever play this. Okay, tunalad.itch.io. All right. I am manually outside of the app downloading it. was Oh, I thought this was an old game. This was uploaded 17 days ago. So it could just be a virus. Okay, customs. Dragging the volume into the customs folder. There's also a pack I can download called P.O.S.S.U pack. I don't know what P.O.S.S is. Okay, I think we are good to go. Okay, Helen, let's see your game. Or your tapes, sorry. Fail RP. Failed to open custom directory slash customs not found next to the. But you told me to make the new full. Wait, can I just do like run customs? Anyone a Godot dev? Do you know like the command console command? Error run help. There is no help. Oh my god. Okay, I'll try one more thing, and then Helen may have to wait for another time. I'm just gonna copy the pack in every directory of the game and hope that one of the spots is the right spot. Oh, it says type commands for commandless. Oh, no, I didn't see that. Okay, let's try this. Oh, there's no error. It worked. All right. This will be absolutely worth the effort. Volume 1, Hometown. Helen's Bakery. Oh, I can pause. Oh, they were custom controls. Shift, enter. Shift, backspace. Shift, left and right. Those are cool controls. Closing for tonight. Okay, I think what's going on... 333. I like that number. I'm going to turn the audio up a bit. Yeah, the point of this is the audio. I think this person created music and they decided to make a little Godot game. Because this reminds me a lot of music that I actually just sit and listen to in my own time. Because I just listen to like Silent Hill inspired music. And then usually the video that's on the or the visuals that's on the video is just some kind of scene like this. I would like to know how to make music like this. I know you could, like FL Studios, kind of a thing that people use. Obviously it's like heavily affected audio with reverb and high and low passes and stuff. That's a kind of stream that I would like to do at some point. If I learn a little bit about how to just kind of make ambient sound. So try to come up with like this kind of stuff. Apparently there's a way to fast forward. Doesn't appear to be working. Yeah, this really could have just been a video instead, but hey. This could have been an email. Scrubbing might also break things, judging by the notes, yeah. Alright, next. Street around the corner. I love the attention to detail for the vertex-based light. I could have easily left it as a pixel-based light, where the circle would have been, you know, way too crisp for this generation, but it's using vertex light, which is accurate to how Silent Hill 1 and like really any game on the PS1 did this type of light. So it's light generated by the individual vertices of a model rather than per pixel. And that's part of why the fog had to exist in Silent Hill in the early years, because they needed to find a way to limit the player's ability to see. So, because the ground had to be dense in vertices for the flashlight to work. Because the flashlight was going to be a key feature. So they had to change all of the other aspects of the game in order to allow for the flashlight to look good. So they limited the total amount of polygons you could see so that they could put more in a smaller space so that the flashlight could be as round and as accurate as they could get it at the time. Sector lighting like Doom. Oh yeah, I'm sure games of that generation had their own crazy like wizardry to make things work the way it did. Well, this person does have their videos on YouTube also. Oh, there you go. Oh, hey, we listened to all 2 minutes and 4 seconds of that one. Oh, that reminds me. Someone released like a sample pack of like Akira Yamaoka, who did the music for Silent Hill, released a like sample pack of like all the samples that he used in Silent Hill. And you could just like play with them. I'll have to find that. Yeah, I mean, I think something that could justify this thing's existence a little more is if there were subtle interactions where it's just like, not necessarily that you're moving a character around, but like, I don't know, you push something, like a button, and it will cause the camera to move a certain way. Or maybe you just move really slow, but then you can guide the camera where you, I don't know. Whatever, it's someone just showing off their lovely music and modeling skills. Neighborhood dogs. This reminds me though, I'm gonna go to the next one. This is nice. I have a link to the samples if I need it. Oh, nice. Well, you could put it in the Discord. Check that out. Park near my apartment. There was recently some really intense construction going on near me, and I think it's like when they're doing pile driving or something, where they use this really tall machine that looks like the thumpers in Half-Life 2. This giant like weighted thing slams down on a huge metal pylon, and it like hammers it into the ground, and it makes this super loud noise, and it intensely vibrates through the ground. And I could feel every vibration of this thing slamming into the ground, like through my entire building. And I'm kind of high up in the air, and the vibrations managed to make its way all the way up the building. And it's like, God, I wish I could have recorded those sounds. Like, they're so ominous. I know this is weird, but when I find myself in an unconventional situation where I just hear some really loud, distant, just menacing noises, I like thinking to myself, okay, what if that wasn't construction? Like, what other things could that potentially be? Like, imagine if that was some sort of like invading alien race that is constructing massive walls that are going to consume the city. Pushes glasses up nose. Just like my fantasy novels. Were they settling the ground? I don't know exactly what it's called, but it's just that when you hear that massive like and it just shakes everything within like a few blocks around it, and it's so loud. You've been writing aimless stories in the background. That sounds awesome. What are you writing about? So yeah, my streams are like the ultimate lurk stream. It's just it's a bonus if people are talking in chat, so I really appreciate when you do. But lots of people just fall asleep to my streams, which is great. We can just all sleep together. Like I was talking about the dream streams earlier. I'll show the dream stream thing again after this for people that missed it, because there's like almost twice as many people here now than were at the beginning of the stream. The water in that fountain looks suspiciously like the water in Half-Life 1. Like Half-Life 1 and 2 are so ingrained in my brain that like every texture in both of those games, every sound effect, like I can instantly recognize like any asset from either of those games. Your story is Frozen Apocalypse, the greed of humanity bringing the world into a second ice age. Just like what if, how to survive. Story with some John Doe. Oh, that sounds fun. Hey, Apocalypse is my vibe. World-ending scenarios. Sign me up. But it feels a little bit too quiet. You guys can't hear, but there's a car alarm going on outside my window too. It is telling a little story. This is nice. Oh, I see Inner Evil. There's a video of the samples used in Silent Hill, but there's, let me find it. There's someone that actually like released the real files used. And it was a little well, not controversial. It was discussed a lot where when people learned that like a huge portion of Silent Hill, like 1, 2, and I think 3 also, a lot of the soundtrack was just made with like presets from some CD, like almost unmodified. It was just like a bunch of just kind of copy pasted stuff in a row. But I feel like it doesn't take away from the experience. I think a lot of, not to get like high concept here, but I think a lot of art is organizing pre-existing things in a new way. So the fact that he didn't like, you know, make from scratch all of the pieces to create the music that he did, I don't think takes away from how amazing the music is. Oh, here I found it. Oh, it's a Google Drive file. Holy. Oh, is it a download? I'm looking at something you guys can't see. There's a massive Google Doc that gives the sources to every sound heard in Silent Hill and where they came from. And even like what filters were used on some things to produce it. Oh my god. Oh, it's every Silent Hill game too. Good lord. Someone really spent a lot of time. Well, okay, Silent Hill 4, Origins, Homecoming, Shattered Memories, Lost Memories DVD. I'll put a link to this, well, in Discord and in the chat. Okay, if anyone wants a complete collection of like every sound heard in Silent Hill music, it doesn't look like you can download anything. I guess I misinterpreted that. My Lonely Apartment is the next one we're listening to. It's just like a reference sheet, I guess, of everything that was used. I mean, music is such an interesting thing because, like, like I said at the beginning of the stream, I was at the Porch Fest that happened today. It's the second year they did it, where it's just a bunch of houses volunteer their porches, and then bands use it as a stage and they play on them. And we had 33 houses volunteer their porches, and around 60 bands showed up. And it all happens over like 5 hours. So there's physically no way to see every band. I put some videos from it in the Discord, but it's like, so I just kind of hung around and listened to a couple of them. Anyway, they're mostly like rock and folk music, but it's just interesting to listen to the formula that, like, the expected formula of different genres of music. And I think everyone kind of knows that, what makes something music is just repetition and structure. And oftentimes, if you don't actively think about it, if something doesn't follow the expected structure, people just don't like it. And a lot of these bands that were playing there were, just kind of people that just do it on the side for fun, whatever. It's no like big names, just a lot of local people who have instruments that wanted somewhere that they can just perform to an audience, and the event provided it. So you hear a lot of like really kind of basic music where it's like, okay, we got rock and roll, right? So 4/4 time, we're gonna play this, like the introduction's gonna happen here. Okay, bring in the next, I don't know any of the terminology, like, okay, bring in the next part of it, and okay, then the melody comes in, and then we go like a counter melody. I can go back to the melody again, and then we have like the breakdown of this, and then the end, and then the drummer does it. It's just kind of funny how you can just sit and listen to music and break everything apart. I guess that's what makes it a genre, because they all have a similar structure uh, that defines them. All right, what's going to happen next? We go from the apartment to... It haven't felt like home in a while. Oh, we get the apartment from a different perspective. That's an awfully bliss looking wallpaper on that computer. It reminds me that VR chat has a Windows XP world where someone made a whole world out of the Bliss XP wallpaper. You can just like run around it. And there's like a Clippy avatar. And you can like pick up icons and throw them around. Like there was a whole article that I found online of someone that found or that contacted the photographer of that image and went back to the exact place where it was taken. And it just really doesn't look anything like it did then. Because I guess one of the claims of the photographer said that he did not edit the photo in any way. Because the photo looks like so edited and just too vibrant. Like stuff just doesn't look like that in real life, but he insists that the photo was not edited. And go to the next one. It's time for bed anyway. Oh, I just put my own headphones on. I didn't realize there was also some subtle ambience of like crickets or frogs. I don't know. There's a whole aspect of like audio editing and things that I didn't know about until like a year ago, where the concept of a room tone, and it's the sound of a space when there's no sound. And I found a collection of room tones online. And it's amazing how different empty rooms can sound. It's something you don't really think about. And kind of the lesson that was being taught by teaching what a room tone is that like when you're editing interviews and stuff where there isn't any music, if it's just like a person talking, then it cuts to another thing, or there you artificially add a pause between stuff. That's very jarring for the viewer when there's just no sound at all, like a hard cut to the audio and then the next one. So I guess what's often done in the production of interviews and things like that is that people will just sit around before the interview and they'll just record like a full minute of no one doing anything. Uh, and then there's a funny video collection online of room tone recording sessions. And there's some like famous celebrities and stuff too. Like before they're interviewed, everyone is just like, all right, we're recording for room tone. No one say anything. And we're starting now. And then it's just people kind of looking around the room, having their like moment of silence, looking at their phone, looking at each other. No, it's not even like the sound of shuffling and stuff. It's like literally, if nothing is happening in a room, there's always a sound. Even if there's no machines, there's no air conditioner, no one's moving, nothing. It's just the natural reverberation of inevitable sound of a space. Yeah, it's like the sound of silence. Oh, this is loud. I'll see if I can find the video, but I was just talking about. Watch it after this. Oh my God. All right, I found the video. Okay, we'll go on to the next one. October 12th. Oh, we're getting a story. Today dragged on. The walk between was more unsettling than usual. I didn't see anyone, not even in the windows. Felt like I was the only person outside. It did creep me out a bit, but it felt kind of nice. Starting to feel like I'm not welcome in my own apartment anymore. Even when sleeping, I feel like my dreams are telling me to get out. I think I'll go to grandma's tomorrow. I'll miss her. I'm Helen. Wow. So after all of that, we get a cliffhanger. What happened to Helen when she was at her grandmother's? I don't think we'll ever know because there was no other packs on the website that I'm aware of. Well, that was fun. So that was Helen's Tapes by TV uh TVNA Lad. Oh, Tuna Lad, but they spell it TVNA. And that was uploaded 16 days ago, made in Godot, and I'm probably the only person to ever play it because it required a bunch of weird setup of like making a folder and then dragging the pack into the thing. Interesting. So we were talking about room tone. Here's a video that of kind of like the awkwardness of recording room tone. It's called The Gift of Room Tone. Um, okay, why is hello? Does this window does not exist, much like the pipe. Okay, I'm just gonna take a risk and just capture the whole display. Oh no, not recognizable music. Okay, wait. Okay, well, for some reason they decided to put music over a video about no sound. So how about I'll do this. I don't remember there not being sound. I'll provide my own room tone. I'll just turn off my noise cancellation. You can listen to my room tone. I don't know if we're at that point in our relationship chat where you can listen to my room tones.
There you have it. Thank you.
Silence, everybody prays.
Stay. That's
Man, they keep... Okay, whatever. Let's just watch this.
There you have it. Thank you. Do we want to get room tone now? Or
Now we do benediction. It's a Catholic thing.
Silence.
It's enough. Yeah.
Thank you.
oh Jesus.
I miss this dude right here.
I'll miss this one too.
Okay, and thank you all to our technicians, okay? Thank you, guys. Wonderful.
All right, now let us listen to some actual room tones. This is the kind of exciting content you can expect on a monotonous stream. Okay, let me... Oh, one of my resources of sound effects is now like, we've changed it so now you can't just access our files. You have to have a 7-day trial. Okay, fine then. I just won't use your service. All right. To YouTube I go. Well, some of this is just like ambient sound. You probably won't be able to hear a lot of this if you're not wearing headphones, but... Oh yes, this room tone is titled Lobby Airy Rumble Room Tone Light Wine. This next one is called Auditorium Vent Light Hum Room Tone. This next one is called Stairs Hum Stairway Elko Apartment. Some kind of weird, like, instrument in the background. Yeah, I guess that's kind of that's a good point. Because there's always some kind of sound in real life. I know there are really, really quiet rooms, but... And that's what happens when you have, when there's so little sound that you start hearing your own body. Like you hear the blood going through your ears. And that's like the ringing sound that you hear in really, really dark rooms is the sound of blood going through your ears. So I don't think a human can ever fully escape sound. I think even people who are deaf experience sound. Like I remember hearing it described like they're always hearing something. It's just not going to be, the same as most people. Oh, this is a machine whir train station. Isn't there a room famous for that? Yeah, actually, that room is just a couple miles away from me. But I'm sure they get a lot of people wanting to see it. It's used for research at the University of Minnesota. Anechoic chambers. Yeah, I'll give you guys some visuals. Oh yeah, there's so many videos from this room. Yeah, I'm just gonna skip around in this video just so you guys can see what the room looks like. Look at that. Anechoic chamber at Orfield Labs in Minneapolis is the quietest place ever measured on Earth. As a private testing facility, it is not open to the public.
An anechoic chamber is a standardized test facility. And it's a facility where, by definition, it's close to 100% sound absorbent. We filed to have the quietest acoustic lab in the world. And Guinness had never had a negative decibel claim, and so they said, we'd rather just call it the quietest place on Earth. And we said, that's fine. The first thing I noticed is the silence in the chamber. And the second thing I noticed is that my eyes seemed to process differently. When you become disoriented, you always look for secondary senses. And so when you walk into an anechoic chamber, your anchor is your vision because the sound doesn't make sense to you. And over a period of time, it would generate hallucinations in most people if they have the patience and the willingness to stay there at all.
They're offering a limited amount of spaces to the public. For more information, visit support.pursuitofsilence.com before November 7th, 2014. Oops. There is no more silence. We ran out. And then you get jump scared. Man, I watch one Asmongold video, and now all of my recommendations are Asmongold reacting to things. All right. Oops. So that was that tangent. I mean, I think Asmongold has some interesting opinions. I don't think he's on par with like, it's not like annoying tuber with extreme. I don't know. I know he's controversial at stuff, but I don't think he's that bad. What were we doing? Oh, I have video games. What do I have next? So we adventured through Helen's tapes. Yes. I forgot I was wearing headphones. Guess I normally don't. So what do we have next? Ah, I know a good one to do next. So, chat, you would probably never expect me to play a game like this next one. So, it's going to be a bit of a surprise. So, Lugnut, are you're baiting me into getting banned from the matchmaking of Valve's mystery game? I actually talked about my opinions in Discord, but don't tell anyone. Okay, let me go back. No, not the Black Mesa stuff. Uh, Deadlock. All right. No, you don't have an NDA or anything. That's kind of the weird thing. It just says, hey, don't talk about this. Don't talk or share anything about this game with anyone. And you click OK. But people, journalists, and tubers have reportedly been banned from matchmaking when their videos got out. So I guess they are punishing some people. Okay, so here's the game you would never expect me to want to play. Titled Dots and Dashes. I'm a little afraid that I'm not hearing any sound on the title screen because I don't have any way to know how obnoxiously loud this can get. Okay, now I'm worried that there's no sound, period. Great, I have to put headphones on. Okay, it's just very quiet. Gain information from the enemy through the radio. Disable all okay, I missed that. Do not get caught. Glory to our nation. Glory to Arstotska. Oh, here. Wait. Oh, never mind. It's so dim. Ah. Okay. Control for space, backspace for delete, hold for clear. All right.
Huh?
Excuse me? There's like a stealth thing going on. Man, I just wanted to Morse, so I don't have to worry about getting shot. Thanks for the follow. Itkovian. Okay, I guess I just have to sit here in the dark. I know, Morse coders are oppressed. We can't even just sit and dit our DAWs in peace. Let me just fool with this for a bit. Let's see, it's a... Look at that, I don't even need a guide. See, I'll do this in the dark. Oh, what is it? Control for space? Oops. Wait. Let's see how quickly it lets me do this. I'll type someone's name in chat. Let's see. There we go. Alright, so what's the gameplay? Oh. But the light was off. What? Alright, let me read the directions again. Directions, where are you? Wait, it's 0 degrees Celsius in here right now? Or it says plus 20? Or I don't know what that's... Why isn't it giving me the directions again? No, no. Invalid message. Okay, let me read this. The store. What does it say? You are an undercover agent spying on the enemy. Transmit radio message via Morse code. This is currently in a prototype stage. Okay, looks like I have to go to... Oh, I have to read my notes. Toggle radio, hold left click on frequency, move your mouse wheel up or down to change the frequency. That would be nice to know. When listening to a radio broadcast, notes will be added to the notepad. Okay, so I have to tune through the radio. Like when I'm watching radio related videos on YouTube and there's like a pretty big German guy, well, okay, a big channel of a German guy that loves radio, and every time he talks about tuning the radio, he's like, "First, you must tune your radio." German loves just pronouncing the fuck out of U's, like tune. Anyway, okay. There's a clock and calendar. Clock interact to tell the current time of day. Calendar displays current date. Oh no, I have to eat and sleep. You'll need to manage your hunger and sleepiness. I just want to dit and da, okay? If either meter gets too low, you'll lose health. If you run out of food, morse the word food to order more food. They'll arrive at the front door. Sometimes the power will go out and you need to turn it on again. Holy moly. This was updated today? It was released last year. Wow. Okay, anyway. Let me go back. So I have to read the notepad. Oh no, I think the game was going that whole time. I need to sleep. Hope I'm not Zing too loud. Oh no, I'm starving now. What? Okay. Oh my god, is the power out? I mean, I appreciate that they're trying to make some more gameplay here, but like, Okay. It's a very sneezy notepad. Okay, so I have to tune radio. The power just... Oh my god. Can I just dit some DAWs, please? Wait, is there someone else? Yeah, that's my shadow. Enemy is listening. Yeah, I could hear the footsteps. They're very quiet. I had to put my headphones on. Oh. Right now everything sounds like footsteps. Oh my god, why is this is so it says I can use the mouse wheel, but it's not working. It's so sensitive. God damn it. It really needs to just let me push a movement key to stand up. Oh, I have to hold click and scroll wheel. Okay. Enemies listening, regroup, disarmament, barrage. So am I supposed to just repeat these things? What if I do barrage?
Huh?
No! Oh my god. Game, please. Just want to dip my okay. I'm starting to get what they want me to do. It's just really clunky controls. And I'm not talking about the Morse, just like the regular gameplay is clunky. Okay. Oops. Okay. I keep trying to push escape to get out of a thing, which is generally what you do in games, but I have to click the thing to get out. Okay. Offensive pursuit reconnaissance. So what if I just send pursuit? Um, Is that not what I'm supposed to do? Offensive pursuit. So confused about what I'm supposed to be doing. River crossing. Yeah, the sneezing notepad. Notepad is louder than anything else in my room. Let me read the website one more time. What does it say? It just says transmit messages. Oh, wait, there's a video. It says play dots and dashes. Okay. Okay, I'm watching a video. Here, I'll let you guys watch the video too. Disable all equipment if a patrol might be close. Okay, because it didn't repeat the tutorial for me when I did it before. Because it went by too fast. Do not get caught. Glory to our nation. So he tunes. Tunes. So you just literally repeat everything in the notepad, it looks like. I can see how most people would not have fun with this game, but I'm looking forward to this once I get things rolling. And in the options menu, it gave me an option to speed up how quickly you do all this, which should make it a little more interesting. Okay, now let's try this again. I think I know what I'm supposed to do. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Let me just go back to the main menu and start over. Dash threshold, conversion delay. The duration in seconds before the currently inputted sequence of dots and dashes is interpreted. Let's go down to a half second. You know. Duration in milliseconds required to hold a key for a dash to be recognized instead of a dot. Okay. Let's try this again. So everything has to be off when the person walks by. Assault covert mission. Okay. Ah. Now I get it. No! I keep hearing the footsteps. You know what? I'm going to go even faster. Let's put it down to 35, 30, you know, 0.35. Wait, there's another person in this room? Or in the building? This is kind of what my life looked like in Battlefield 1 when the big Easter egg that everyone was talking about involved a lot of Morse, and I was getting like DMs. My DMs are blowing up on of people sending me their Morse like, hey, could you do this for me, please? And I was like, sure. All right. Oh, hell yeah. This is human music. Rotberg Barrage. Easy. Observe, counterattack, regroup. Observer. Ah. here walking around. What if that light is blinking Morse? No, it doesn't seem like it. All right, let's get back to it. Love the music. I enjoy the music a little bit too much. Almost died. Cover, path cleared. Okay. Oh. Jeez, that bass. No! Oh, shoot. This music. Yeah, in reality, actual Morse code conversations are very abbreviated. It's very rare that people will use entire words like are happening here. Okay, what am I? Oh, yeah. Enemy infiltration. Emergency? I have to transmit the typo? Oh. Oh, wait. Thought I heard a dude. Eat. Heard running around. Why am I red? Okay. No, 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 no. Wrong button.
Huh?
No! God damn it. There's so little warning. I do like this concept, though. This would actually be fun in VR. Artillery barrage. Okay. Infiltration. Infill. Someone walking in my hallway. Yeah, it would be, instead of just repeating things, it'd be cool if it was, yeah, like responding to messages. And I'd have to, yeah, it would give me certain phrases to respond in certain ways. The groundwork is here, though. I think the dev's mind is in the right place. And this is surprisingly responsive. Like, usually when people try to integrate Morse code into a game, it's just like, oh, type dots and dashes. Like, they don't actually take into account the rhythm and the frequency of stuff. So it's rare that they've even put a dev puts this much intention to accuracy. But it's still a computer trying to understand your intention, whereas like in reality it would be a person listening and knowing what your intentions are. So you would know if there's a typo. You'd just be like, oh, that's just, you know, they meant this.
Huh?
Okay, I guess a huh isn't a guaranteed dead. Okay, I need to just leave my cursor on the key for when I hear footsteps. Barrage. Yeah, it's a very Minecraftian noise. Ow. I really don't like that in Minecraft that they got rid of the ooh sound when you get hit. Now it just goes. It was so much more satisfying. It was like ooh, ooh, ooh. I also like the classic explosion sound better when there's a really muffled, lo-fi kind of like sound instead of the that it is now. Ooh. Oh, my power is off. Oh, hey, guy. Yeah, it sounded like actual pain with the whoa. And I know that apparently they changed the sound because they're like, oh, you know, we don't want people to feel restricted by having a male voice. But like, I don't know, have a variety of ones you can choose from or something. Wait, can I just keep accumulating more? I think someone did walk down the hallway. Okay, I think I have to... Oh, no, no. All right. Speed run this. Okay, my cursor is on the thing. I swear, if having the notepad out when he walks by kills me, I'm going to be annoyed. Oh, what is X in Morse? Oh, da 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 da. Yeah, da 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 da. Okay. Um, feels like the old place where I used to live. It's the circuit breaker constantly tripping. Okay. No, 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 no. No, I didn't send it. Uh, I don't know if the footsteps in the hallway count. What is that glowing green thing in the corner? Oh, it's a plant. Time to sleep. Then the power goes out in my sleep. Just know at some point there's gonna be someone out in this hallway. Can I go out here? Okay, there's a whole world out here. Oh! Alright. Yeah, I'm just casually overthrowing a government in the comfort of my own home. Surveillance recon. Ah! And glory to our Stotska. I don't know, I'm starting to enjoy this. I don't know how interesting this is to watch, but it's satisfying for me to finally have a game that, like, portrays this thing pretty well. Oops. Well, that's right. I have to, like, order food at some point. Uh-oh. Out of food. Oh, I thought those were usable. Shoot. Oh, I'm gonna die. And the power goes out. Whoa! Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. I was just beaten to death. That was spooky. Wow. That was only day 1? I thought I made it further than that. Okay, just one more time. Just one more. Just one more. Yes. No. Yeah, I'm not addicted. I can stop whenever I want. Oops. This is missing is the sound of scanning the radio waves. It's like So what am I supposed to do about the guy breaking into my room and beating me up? Wonder if that's what the footstep sounds are, is the guy walking by. No. Oh. I think it was because I walked into the hallway when he showed up. Oops. Thought I heard the guy. That's my own footsteps, okay. Whoops. Okay. I think when I put the VOD up of this, I'll put one of the full stream that I've been doing tonight, going on 4 hours. Not even halfway through. And I'll upload this as its own separate thing in addition to that. Because I feel like there's probably nobody that has videos of this online, and I want to encourage devs to do more stuff like this. God damn it. Wow, it recognizes numbers? Okay, I'll do one more transmission, and then I just want to do the entire alphabet and all numbers as one final quote-unquote flex that nobody cares about. Hello, dude. Hey, dude. Little wild, a little strange. All right. Here we go. Entire alphabet from memory. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. J is a weird one. No. Oh no. No, 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 no. There it is. H, I, J, K, L. No, no, no. L, M, M, N, O. No. O, P. Who's turning my power off? Just didding my DAW in peace. Okay. I forgot that DAW is like sometimes shorthand for someone's dad, so that sounds kind of weird. Never mind. PQ is QR S. Heard the guy in the hallway. T U V W X Y Z. Hell yeah. Okay, now the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an easy one. Hey, chat. I'm teaching you new Morse. 5 is just 5 dots. Everything else is a little more complicated. 6, 7, 8, 9. Then 0 is... There we go. That's everything. Wait, does it know symbols? No, it doesn't. Oops. What? Let's see. Oh, okay, it doesn't do symbols. Well, there you go. Oh god, when you're starving, you get all like woozy. Kind of like the IRL. Yeah, numbers are interesting because it's 5 total characters for all numbers. 1 is 1 dot, 4 dashes. 2 is 2 dots, 3 dashes. 3 is 3 dots, 2 dashes. 4 is 4 dots, 1 dash. And then 5 is 5 dots. And then you start from dashes from the left side. 6 is dash, dot, 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 dot. 7 is dash, dash, dot, dot, dot. 8 is dash, 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 dot, dot. 9 is dash, 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 dot. And then 0 is dash, 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 dash. I'm just going to let my guy die. 1 is dash 2, or wait. Is 1, oh, it is 2, then add dots. No, it's not quite right. Yeah, so letters and numbers can coexist without intercepting or having repetition from one another. Like E is just dot, and then T is dash. And then you start increasing complexity. Oh, hey, hey, hey. Oh, the flashlight doesn't... Wow, okay. Yeah, so that's how I actually learned Morse, was starting from the most basic symbols and then just moving up in complexity. So yeah, E is dot, T is dash, I is dot dot. M is dash dash. S is dot dot dot. O is dash dash dash. That's why everyone's all like, "Oh, I hear Morse code dot 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 dash 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 or did it da 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 did it," and it's actually not um dot 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 dash 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 dot dot dot. There's 3 dots in a dash, so so if you have a good sense of rhythm, Morse helps you do that easier. So that's why, like, if I'm doing how about the inner evil, rhythmically it would be da dit 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 da dit dit da dit da dit 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 da dit. Well, you have a lot of unusual characters in your name, so it doesn't represent it too well. Or you have a lot of really short characters in your name. How about Odakode? It'd be da 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 dit da da dit da 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 dit dit dit. What's a good word to demonstrate? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I died. Oh, he can survive a lot longer than I thought. So that was dots and dashes. I'm going to look at the itch page one more time. It was by someone named, where is it? Sir Diabo. What other stuff have they done? Cool dancing low poly dude. Hoarder, action, roguelike, first-person shooter. Acornathon. You were banished to the Fusili dimension. Excuse me? You were banished to the Fusili dimension and now have to survive being swarmed by pasta men. Okay. Wow, it has ultra graphics options. Incredible. Oh, we got the whole game here. How do we even have to play it? All right. Looks cool. All right, what do I have up next? That is a good question. Trying to think, should I do some more short ones or should I do the longer form, more narrative driven one? Actually, I've been trying, but I've had this one on my list of games for like years and never played it. I don't even know if it's good. I'll just finally play it. It's called Possum. And unfortunately, it's Christmas themed, but probably not in the way that, not in a, typical way. Now everyone's in the Christmas spirit in August. Let me try it anyway. Oh, sorry. See, I got my finger. Oh, wait. Holy moly, okay. Sorry. Apparently, when I mute on my end, you guys can still hear it. I just manually muted it. Let me lower that volume. Oh my god, this game has to be put at 2% volume. I think we've set a new record. Wait. Okay, here we go. That's got to be a new record. I have to put the volume at 3% for it to be this loud. So not off to a very good start. It is in Godot engine. That's cool. Let me read the description real quick. It is explore the city rooftops in a haunted hotel lobby to find artifacts from the past. Made for the haunted PS1 2021 Madvent calendar. Graphics, design, programming, and music by Vapor Shark. PS1 shader by Menacing Mecha. Made with Blender, Audacity, Godot, GIMP, and the Dialogic plugin for Godot. Okay. Anyway, so this is called P.O.S.S.U.M. Oh, well, there he is. Oh, I am one. Is that my nose at the bottom, I think? Hey, Sam. Are you hanging with us tonight? Only for a little bit. Oh, I see. Must be going to the lofts later. Hope you can stick around for a while. Damn, look at this squirrel. Squirrel. Good evening, Samantha. How's your ma doing? Oh, sorry to hear that. Well, I got just the thing. You receive a bottle labeled pentoxifylline? Pentoxifylline? Pentoxifylline. I don't know my drugs. Good stuff. Take it myself sometimes. There's got to be drug experts in chat. There always is. So I have drug, and I think I'm going to do drug as a possum. really high up in the air. I don't think a possum would normally care to climb a building this high up. It's a blood thinner. Huh. Do blood thinners give you weird hallucinogenic effects? I don't know if there'd be like any thrill to thinning your blood. Uh, okay. I just checked the controls. There's no other keys besides moving, jumping, and running. Oh, and clicking. Oh, hey Sam, what's going on? Weather. Sarah said soft rains would be coming, but just look around you. No reason to talk about that kind of stuff tonight. Business. How about the party? I heard everyone else was heading to Chital's Bash over in the old garment lofts. Too many perfluorinated compounds up in there, if you ask me. Presents. You still haven't gotten any presents? Should have told me earlier. Everyone's been scavenging like crazy for Madvent, but I think I know a spot. Lorelei found it. Said it creeped her out, so she didn't go. Means there's still stuff inside. I'm sure Jay won't mind flying you. A sparrow named Jay? What an insult. Not even blue. So you need a ride on Jay's Crateway Express? Just hop in the box. Ready to head out? Yeah. Damn. Instant. Yeah, maybe it's... What's the... Instead of a techno-babble, is it pharmo-babble? Like made-up pharmacy words. I'm glad this stone chamber has air conditioning with like an open air. Whoa. Polyethylene artifact. It is strange how many like medical words are being used in a game about animals talking, hanging out during Christmas time. Guess I don't really have specific expectations for that genre of game. Uh-oh. Here we go. Colliders. What are they even? Perfluorinated compounds are the stuff that goes on non-stick pans. Ah. The icky black stuff that gets in your food that's carcinogenic. Tasty. Nickel artifact. Damn. PlayStation warp filter going mental. funny thing with that is that old games that had to actually, genuinely deal with that warping effect, which was caused by a limit in decimal points. Because, like, there wasn't enough precision to render, to rotate textures in perspective to stay aligned to 3D shapes. Because there wasn't, enough decimal places to precisely render that, so it ends up being choppy and warped looking or something like that. Well, anyway, a way around that is to add more polygons so that more calculations of individual polygons had to be done, therefore increasing the accuracy. But that meant adding more polygons. So kind of a way around that, and including in the modern day use of the shader, the like recreation of it. If something looks really distractingly warped, you just have to subdivide your mesh more times, introduce more polygons, so then it's not as intense of an effect. And that's like what Silent Hill did to try to reduce it. So like this, this is distractingly intense. And that's because I'm guessing this is just one big polygon that it's struggling to render in perspective. So if this just had a few more what are called loop cuts, which is just like a ring cut through the mesh to give it more polygons, it wouldn't be this intense. Is there a reason it wasn't an issue in N64? There's like a whole video explaining it. I'm guessing it might have something to do with the N64 having way lower resolution textures compared to the PS1. That the effect just wasn't as obvious or something? I don't know. I know one of the big things that the N64 was trying to pioneer was this thing called Gorad shading, which was like polyvinyl artifact. All we have is now, which was like N64 was able to use like vertex lighting on things, which is why like in GoldenEye, how there's a lot of like weird lighting moments where stuff is like a lot of different colors, but it just looks like color overlaid, because it's literally polygons that are tinted colors relative to the vertex. So it's like a gradient fade of color between each vertex of a model, and shading was done that way, or light rendering or something. N64 is also trying to like pioneer like blurring of textures and stuff, because like they saw the early years of 3D art, they saw the crisp pixels as being a bad thing. So the N64 was like, hey, let's blur everything. TIE Fighter added Gorad shading over the previous game X-Wing. Yeah, I can't remember exactly how that works. The only thing that I'm fairly certain about is the famous warble of the PS1 was just because it was too intensive to there weren't enough decimal points available to do a calculation that intensive, so it just had to estimate where something should be moved, which ended up looking choppy or something. Floating point unit, something like that. Okay, I collected all the things. Am I supposed to be like Putting them under the tree? Man, I've been playing too much EverQuest, or I know that, like, I instinctively move diagonally everywhere if I want to go quickly because of uh, that vector math issue. Like a Pythagorean theorem where you gain slightly more speed. Uh-oh, I just glitched the golf ball through the ground. You gain slightly more speed going diagonal just because of inherently uh, going diagonally produces a slightly longer vector or something. Yeah, it requires normalizing. Whoa, 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 I missed it. Oh, you're ready to head out. Yeah, let's go. All right, I got your drugs. I hope it was an illuminating journey. Best head home to your ma. We're going to have a lovely Christmas of polyethylene floral vinyl chloridate Christmas. Unit square direction vector. Sure. All right. Sweet dreams, Ma. Oh no. Oh, she's still breathing. Okay. Okay. And it closed itself. I don't really know what I'm supposed to take away from that. It was weird, but I like weird. That was P.O.S.S.U.M by Vapor Shark. Speaking of N64, how about Stargazing 64? This is an older one. I think a lot of people have streamed this already, but I haven't. Hey, whoa! Hey, it's Godot. Got a lot of Godowers going on tonight. Just immediately jumps into it. Yeah, I remember watching the big migration after Unity had a whole bunch of really bad publicity things going on. People are like, ah, fuck it. And then all of a sudden Godot is now like becoming the indie game engine. And it's a lot more capable than people realize. And there's tons more people creating for it. Plugins and all that as well. So, and I absolutely want to learn it, but I'm trying to prioritize getting my life in order and trying to do more marketable skills first. Telescope. Oh, you even got like the Link's Awakening font. Ah, sorry. to mute my horrible throat noises, otherwise known as my voice. N64 on paper is basically an SGI workstation cost reduced into the ground. Interesting. When it's dark enough, you can see the stars. Marvel at them by holding the mouse button. Nice effect. Alright, let's marvel at the stars. Name. UY Scuti. Distance. 9,500 light years, one of the largest known stars. It's Betelgeuse. It's the old BJ, Beetlejuice. Distance 548 light years, second brightest in the constellation of Orion. Are we going to go rule of threes? Wazen. Distance 1600 light years, anchor point by which other stars are classified. I like the little shimmering effect. It's a nice detail. Antares, distance 550 light years, binary star that appears as a single star. Doesn't No Man's Sky sometimes have binary planets? Uh-oh. Name? Distance. 890, 887, 886, 85, 84, 83, 82, 81 light years. It's getting closer. I've met with a terrible fate, haven't I? Uh-oh. Oh. And it closed. The back of its eyeball was covered in teeth. Yeah, moving at a light year per second. All right. That was Stargazing 64 by um by Warkus. Nice little spooky game. They got the style down pretty good. Ooh. Okay, this is one by a pretty well-known dev. Huh. Yeah, this is by the dev of Lost in Vivo, which I'm sure you've seen Lost in Vivo at some point. Oh, hey. Welcome, Lugnutto Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Let me shout out the Lug, as he's colloquially known. Watches lots of old VHS movies and stuff. You want authentic crust to check out his stream. So here is a game by Kira, the creator of Lost in Vivo. Gotta bring it up. Where did it go? It's called The Undying Beast. There's some rumors outside my window. Lots of douchebags with loud cars. Welcome, Dringoose. Let me get volume. I really just need keyboard shortcuts for adjusting volume. That would be so beautiful if I could do that. So I don't have to alt-tab out and everything freezes. And I'm ready to accept death. Bring it on. The lowest mouse sensitivity I've ever experienced. I'm like vigorously scraping my mouse across my entire desk to move this much. But I think it's intentional because they probably want you to just go forward. Story began with nothing, an absent planar void. There was nothing, and then there was a scream. Oh God, yeah. I have to like go through a maze with this sensitivity. You can probably hear my mouse. I like my voids planar. They taste better that way. The scream came from the mist, but it also came from a place lost in time. Oh my God. Okay, I'm starting to think... Come on. Am I supposed to be using the controller? Is that what's going on? Oh my god. Daffodil. Unjustly slain, the beast rose again, their motives yet put to rest. God, do I have a controller? Is that what's supposed to be happening here? I'm gonna plug this controller in. You guys can enjoy the graveyard for a few seconds. Okay. Controller has been acquired, and I can now move much faster. I think that this is intended. Or the intended method. Is this a fairy circle? I think that has to be mushrooms for that to happen. The aberrant tragedy, their time. Or the aberrant tragedy. Their time had come so quickly. They could not die, they mustn't be dead. The beast would deny death, would exist beyond. They wouldn't accept this lie. Existing beyond. Is that the gray man? Or is it the hat man? There's a lot of men. Don't know which is which. The beast perverting fate just by existing in absence, haunted nothing but an empty void. If I am in the void, is it not empty? Fate would not abide. Death would struggle. Death would struggle on regardless of its hunger. Nothing can exist here. There are no exceptions. That doesn't bode well for my own existence in this void. Uh, 9 painted void pulled inwards to the beast. Ooh. Tearing its form into itself, the eternal beast would die. Apostrophe is incorrect. 9 painted void pulled inwards to the beast. Tearing its form into itself, the eternal beast would die. Sounded like an infected from Warframe. It's a pretty cool sound. This is a song about a whale. No! Before the computer broke, it was telling me to shoot it and shoot myself. The computer seems to have shot itself before I could. Uh-oh, we have gun. I like how it's rotating. What is this, Quake? I like how the music stopped. It's very nice. Wait a minute. Oh, hi. All right. Ending 1 of 2. The real question is, if that was me shooting my other self, is that shooting myself? Okay, let's see if I can get the other ending. I'll go real quick. If it lets me. I'll run the whole way. What should I talk about on the way there? I'm actually trying to take a character that was originally from an indie game that I streamed a long time ago. And I turned it into an avatar in VR chat. It's the biblically accurate GF. Or actually, I think the dev called it Biblical Goth Girl or something is the name of the model. But it's from the game that was called, I think, Liminal Spaces. Or no, Liminal Place. No. I actually don't remember what it was called for sure. But it was a character where when I played it, I was like, I should turn this into a VR chat avatar. And then I did. And I made a little animation for its head flying. And it's kind of tricky to get custom animations working in VR chat because the character controller is set up where it has so many different tiny animations that go into making it work the way it does. So to try to replace just one of them throws a lot of things off, and there's all kinds of blend trees and animations, that are all blending into one another according to how much input is going one direction or the other. So it's like, it's kind of troublesome. But there was a interesting thing that I discovered, and I'm surprised more people don't do this. So for people who've played VR chat, that, usually, unless you have full body tracking, you usually can't just sit down anywhere. You have to look for a station or a predefined sitting place to sit down. But I've noticed that some avatar creators are now making it that if you go prone, like when you push Z, and you just, if you go prone and you're not moving, they'll just turn that into a sitting animation, like sitting cross-legged on the floor. And that's so much more useful, because normally when you're going prone, you don't really want to just be laying there holding still. So now, in my avatars moving forward, I'm just going to make pushing the prone button be the equivalent of just sitting on the floor. And you're more often going to be sitting on the floor in VR chat than going prone ever. So I think it's a useful trade-off. Is that a dead horse? This looks just like the that black unicorn in EverQuest. Is that that looked like a Morrowind? What are they called? Dune Striders or something? The Wind of the Morrow. But anyway, it occurred to me that I think the other ending is just to collect all the daffodils, so now I'm trying to keep an eye out for those. The thing that's tricky to do, at least I assume it's tricky because I don't see that many devs do it, is that they have particle fog in games like this. Notice how when the sprite collides or touches the ground plane that it has this harsh cutoff. And I think that looks so bad because that's just not how it looks in real life. But there's ways to like to have a game engine blur that so that it doesn't have such a harsh cutoff. And I remember there was some special method to doing it too. Because I want to have some particle-based fog in some worlds that I'm working on in VR chat, and I'm trying to figure out what this method is, because it's especially distracting in VR when you see fog particles just abruptly get cut off in the ground like that, because they're sprites, so they're always facing you, like they're two-dimensional. Sometimes in life, you feel like a two-dimensional figure existing in a three-dimensional space. Think a lot about that all the time. Very deep. All right, 2 more to go. I still remember when I was a... Hey, he's back. And he's gone. I was a radio DJ for my university for a couple years. And my show was at midnight to 3 a.m. on Saturdays. Because normally in college, all of the normal people would probably have plans on Saturdays at that time. But I didn't, so I took the hours that nobody else wanted. Okay, 1 more to go. And I so vividly remember my first day. Because it was midnight, and I was walking around campus. It was just empty, nobody anywhere except for the DJ who I was replacing at the station. But it was a really foggy day, and I had one of the foggiest moments in my life. So I went out in the middle of the parking lot, and it was so foggy, and I just intentionally... This is how normal I am. I spun around a bunch of times in the middle of the parking lot because there's no cars or anything, and the fog was so close that I couldn't see the outer edges of the parking lot. So I just became completely disoriented when I couldn't tell where I was at all because the fog was so thick, and it was such an interesting feeling that I've never really experienced, of just genuinely not knowing where I am. You know, just because the fog. I mean, I knew I was in the parking lot, but it was just, I don't know. But at the same time, I was listening to, I had headphones on, was listening to the radio station, because the DJ that I was going to be replacing, I was listening to them do the end of their show, so I was just, I guess that was a really Silent Hill moment, because I was carrying a radio around. And I was in a foggy parking lot in the middle of nowhere. It was a good time. All right, here's the final daffodil. Hey, wonder how things are going to change. Okay, that's the same. What if I don't take the gun? Do I still exist? Whoa. Alright, well, I guess I just have to take the gun. How is this gonna change? Hey! Huh. The Undying Beast. So, without the flowers, I shoot myself, but then with the flowers, I just die from old age, I guess? Alright, well, that was the Undying Beast. I like how the quit option is to return. Sorry, it's going to be a little bit of a flashbang, but here's the itch page. Yeah, the beast didn't die, so there you go. And Kira is the creator of Basilisk, which is something else that I still need to play. I bought it too. But it's a very involved game, and it's connected with Basilisk and Basilisk 2000. They're both very involved ARG-like experiences. Good jump scare, everyone. It is I. Gotta get used to not looking over here, but looking over here. All right. What do we have next? Maybe I should play this. It's a game called Do I Know You? And a lot of the comments are people saying, I have no idea what I just played. So that's a good sign. By far the weirdest game I've ever played. I don't even know what to do. It's always the weird ones that make for good entertainment. All right. Gonna get a little weird, I guess. If that's okay. Are those number stations I'm hearing? F to interact, R to throw rock, L is light, T is fire. What are these controls? Okay, R, F, L, T. Yeah, I don't trust this leaving this game at 90% volume. I'm going to preemptively move it down like 50. Some nice beats. All right. Reward. Who is this? Where do they live? Oh, there's the light. Oh, hey there. Do I know you? Touch me. Okay, do not touch. That was bad touch. An interesting gradient kind of filter over the screen. Not gradient, dither filter. And I'm back. Look at this guy. A word for the wicked, the gate won't open from this side. Why do you keep throwing me outside? Yeah, the game hasn't had anything too obnoxiously loud so far. It has earned a couple more volume percentage increase. Yes, the wise doorknob man. Okay, so basically just don't touch anything. I've not seen you around before. You must be new. Try not to dirty the place up, will you? And I'm back outside. Why does it do this? There is some... I don't know if you believe it, but there is some jank going on here. Okay, there we go. Picked up Jenny seed key. Yanni? Oh man, I missed 3:33 in my time. It's usually a special time. And I whistle a little song if I happen to look at the time when it's 3:33, and that song changes depending on if it's AM or PM. The PM version is in a major key, and then the AM version is in a minor key, because that's how normal I am. Layers? Oh, that's right, I can throw rocks. Please tell me I didn't just throw all of my rocks. Okay, there's a limit of 3 at any given time. Oh, geez. Never mind. I think I do have to pick them back up. Okay. Doesn't do anything. Yeah, if you sing the 333 song at any time other than 333, it won't end well. All right, time to run all the way back. Da-da-da. Reminds me of that Gmod video with the G-Man. Yeah, that you need me. You need me. Well, I picked up some things. Can I use them? No! Oh my god. Please stop putting me back outside. Dev, could you explain to me, even though you're not ever going to see or hear this, could you explain why at seemingly random moments it just puts me back outside and then I have to run all the way back? Okay. What is this? Oh, there's a different door. How exciting. Is this a milking stool? Or Harold? No, Harold was not milked. It was just a plot point. Oh my god, I keep going into that room. The Legend of Harold. I want, not necessarily on my channel, but like, want an emote of the Ichi Nichi Dingo Dingo Bali Wally. The dog language. Wow. Okay. Game, I would have more patience if you would not keep throwing me outside. I'm just gonna touch this thing, see what happens. Okay. I was holding shift. Yeah, I was pushing the fire button and it didn't do anything. I picked up flares at some point and I thought it would do something, but I don't know. Like I said, I'd have more patience for it if it didn't require me to sit and run for like 2 minutes to get back to that house. That was Did I Know You? How about skin crawlers? I feel like being a spider, a a TV with spider legs and lips. Luckily, they're by some weird coincidence. There's a game for that called Skin Crawlers. This is a controller game. No? Alright, let's keep crawling along, I guess. Oh, hey, Melodica Dude. Thank you for the raid. You came just in time for television spiders. Let me shout out to Melodica Dude. Let me do something real quick. Ah, you were playing Ace Attorney. How was that going? Oh, God. Okay. I failed to spider. Let me try again. Virus YT. Hey there. And Chasin Jack. MSG Galaxy Duck. We did Letka. What's that about? Ace Attorney, Lethal Company Update, Splatoon 3. Oh my god, you do so many different things in one stream. Meanwhile, I'm doing this. I'm playing a lot of just lesser known, weird little indie games from itch. Oh my god. A lot of them are just game jam games, student projects. Very exciting stuff. And then we watched a video about room tone and we listened to just ambient sound for a while. That's how exciting things get on my stream. Yeah, Fires. We played Abiotic Factor a long time ago. Yeah, with Vinny and Hacker was there. And I think Sneeg. Then we also talked in VR chat very briefly when Vinny was there with like, 40 people. There's some reason the controls for this. It's not allowing me to rotate. Oh, tank controls. I see. Very exciting gameplay. Is it on the numpad? No, but funny. Oh, here we go. Now it's finally my turn to shine. Come back, please. No, 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 no. Okay. Okay, well, that's Skin Crawlers. I'm going to go on to something else. I mean, I looked in the comments, and it's pretty much just you capture 5 television spiders, and then you win. Let's have a bunch of new people. Let me try something more substantial that, in theory, would be a little more interesting to watch. Let me check in on my NODOMUS. Everyone has one these days, so I might as well take a look. Ooh. Sorry. There we go. Sorry, loud noise. So this one's going on about 20,000 ROV. It's about normal. Okay, then let me go back to check on the evolutionary cycle of this NODOMUS, which is more on the biological side. Its location is not yet known. Thankfully, though. Alright. Still seems to be on high alert. Because they're having some trouble keeping the other ones away at the moment. But it keeps people employed. It's good job security to just remain on high alert at all times. And then the singularity, just doing singularity things. As one might imagine. But you can't stare at this one for too long. At least I wouldn't. Not on your first time. Oh, it's happening. It's happening. Okay, it's gone. That was a close one. I'll save you all from having to get too much exposure to this singularity. It's not good for you. Definitely need to check out your NODOMI. Okay, here's something with a little more substance called Abyssal Somewhere. You may have seen this somewhere else before. Flashbang, ouch. It's dead. Finally. It's somewhere strange. It wakes up. A dream. We got some Doppler. Love that Unity Doppler. This is a lesser known Dark Souls game. It's a secret one that only 10 people have played. I played Niki. I have not played it myself, but I've watched a lot of videos on it. And actually, one of the games that I might play, maybe after this one, is a Niki inspired game. But more Game Boy-like, I guess. It's reviewed pretty well, and it's apparently an hour long. It seems cool. I really like that style of game. Like, I don't really need challenge or direction in my games. I I usually say I just like existing in an interesting place. And that's like more than enough for me to feel satisfied. I don't have to be challenged. I don't have to like win. I just want to exist and be like, that was neat. Yeah, I think this is meant for controller. Oh, geez. Oh, my God. Well, sensitivity is fucked. I'm going back to mouse and keyboard. Wheels A. Raw slabs of concrete. The light seems to emanate from the surface. I'm pushing A. Is this using a non-QWERTY keyboard layout? I listen to a lot of Yumeniki music on YouTube. Like, I just get big 10-minute loops of some of the songs. And I also really like the ones from 2Key as well. Isn't that like a fan game? Oh my god. Let me read the itch page real quick. Are there directions? Because I've seen people play this and it looks really cool once things get going. First comment is, oh yes, that's it. And then, what a masterpiece, dog. There are no directions. Other than a trigger warning that there are some sudden loud noises. Wait a minute, I really just had to go around them? Okay. Okay. There are some inscriptions engraved on the iron. Many are occluded by rust and most are unreadable. One on the doorframe you can read. One cannot tell if this is shrine, cell. Okay. Or a catacomb. Evenly spread, a stillness goes all the way through the depths. We have to return here at a later time. So it says John Darksoul gets lost in a brutalist hellscape. This figure of stone has a crooked waist. Whatever's inside lost its will to get out. Pretty relatable. Oh. This one apparently isn't very long either. I just want to see at least some of it. I watched someone stream this once. I think it was like last year sometime. I don't remember exactly what happened. It's just weird is that like some really unconventional keys being used. Like I have to push C to interact with things. I feel like at some point in life it would be important to try wearing a suit of armor. I feel like that's just like a lifetime achievement. Like who doesn't want to wear a full suit of armor at some point? It feels like a basic human need. I got close once because when I was in high school in like 2004, this one group showed up at our school that had a bunch of like their historic replicas of famous swords. And they gave us like they didn't have a website or anything. This was kind of before everyone had a website, and they're like, "Hey, we're located in this city." And then when my dad and I went and visited the place in person, and they had a full suit of armor there, but they're like, someone who's in charge of this, I can't remember what his name was, isn't here, and they're the one that does the armor stuff, and they weren't there that day, so I just narrowly missed being able to try on a suit of armor. I've always wanted to do archery. I own 2 recurve bows. I mean, they're not like historical by any means. They're ones used by like actual archery. And it's pretty fun. I remember going to a park when I was like in my early 20s. I just went to a local park and brought my bow there. And there was a whole bunch of kids that were there at the park doing other things. I think it's like a class project or something. Am I supposed to interact with it? But I suddenly became the focus of the entire group of kids. And I was really new to archery, wasn't doing very good. And it uses muscles in your body that are just like really unnatural to use. Like generally in day-to-day life, you're not putting a lot of focused strength into pulling something. Like when you draw back a bow. Oh, here. Oh my god. I could open it the whole time. Ah! Wow, sorry. Let me lower the audio even more. I mean, it was effective, but goddamn. Yeah, the dank was way too. But yeah, I remember I was shooting arrows and stuff, and when the kids saw me shooting the arrows, suddenly they were all looking at me from across the park, and they like weren't focusing on what the teacher was trying to tell them to do, so I was just distracting them all. Seems too dark to be water. But usually these days when people start learning archery and things, it tends to be for hunting, and then they're using compound bows, which have like a whole elaborate cam system, which allows it for when you draw the bow back, that the cams will lift a lot of the pressure off of it. So then you can be at like a full draw and your muscles aren't being like used as much to hold it back. So that way it's easier to focus and aim and everything. But then compound bows are so powerful, like compared to a recurve. So powerful to the point where it feels like you're just shooting a gun. But recurve, I feel like it's more like jank. Feels more like authentic, historical. You just feel cooler, I think, shooting a recurve bow because you actually have to take, the arc of the arrow into account, and it's more susceptible to like wind and all of that. Ah, yes. What is your lore, human? A dead person. Seems to be holding the door shut. They died underwater drowning. Bodies tangled between the door and the wire. A dull sword is not enough to cut through. I'm gonna try shooting a longbow. I've always wondered what a longbow would be like. I know historically longbows were developed so that they could shoot more arrows in a shorter amount of time. Like the bow itself would just sort of sit touching the ground, and then archers could just rapidly just shoot one arrow after another while the bow is kind of mounted in place. I like this. Bottomless chasms are interesting to me. Uh-oh. Wow, I actually didn't die. That was cool. This is what happens when you no-clip out of bounds in Dark Souls. When others are close, press R to take arms. I didn't know there was going to be combat. Can I put it away? A friend in your family made your brother a recurve bow? That's really the only bow I had experience with. Yeah, I remember it was really scary trying to... I don't know if it's the right term, but like to thread the bow? Like to put the string on it for the first time? Just because like the limbs are under such extreme tension that you feel like if you mess it up, it's just gonna fling straight into your face. So there's this whole technique where it's like, it'd be impossible to describe in words, but it's like you step, it's like you put the string on one of the limbs and then you step your leg through one side and then you like pull it over your leg and then pull your arm around one direction and then you can put the, I don't know, there's a whole technique to putting the string on it. But it's still scary. These souls are very dark. Ah, yes. Love that Doppler. Yeah, what Icebreaker says. Cross it through your legs and push the limb away from your shoulder. It's not good for modern recurve bows because it twists the limbs. Well, the ones I was using as a kid probably weren't very expensive. Like, I was never, like, competing in archery or something. Man, I'm putting the audio down even further. It's like one of the commandments of playing games on itch is thou shalt lower your audio to 10%. And I'm starting to understand why this happens a lot, because it's like in Unity anyway, and it might be similar to other engines where it's like by default audio is at 1, which is like 0 decibels, and then when you do not decibels, 0 whatever the unit is, like when you're in Audacity and you're editing stuff, like or even if you're in OBS, that 0 is very loud. It's like the loudest anything should be. And most of the, like, I don't know how any of this works, but I just, like, I'm looking at OBS right now and it's like, once you reach 0, that's as loud as it can get. And it's all a matter of like lowering audio. So that's negative decibels. So by default in Unity, sounds imported are at the loudest possible volume. And most people who are new to development, like, don't go and change stuff beyond the defaults. So if anyone's starting to learn Unity, like, if you're importing audio, please go in and lower it down. Or at least play your game at a certain volume level with headphones on or something, and then go open other games and compare the volume levels to see, like, maybe it's not good that I have to run my game at like 5% audio for it to even be tolerable. Oh no. Oh geez, okay. At least I didn't start over. See, I appreciate that the dev just makes it that you teleport back and it doesn't like reload a save. Oh no. Coming through, don't mind me. What an interesting world. Huh. Yeah, where's the poison swamp? Even though I haven't played any of the Souls games, I mean, I've watched a lot of people play, but I haven't played any of them myself. I think it's so interesting to watch videos that go into detail about, uh, like, what's it called? Like parts of the game that are still in the files, but were locked away for the final version of the game. Like, there's just huge, elaborate areas in some of the games that were never fully integrated. And it's like one of those spooky sort of fourth wall breaking experiences when you're going and exploring parts of a game that you're not supposed to see, especially if it's in engine as you're doing it. It's just that feeling like, am I going to get in trouble for doing this? And I like watching the videos of them exploring areas that aren't finished yet. Below the gates emerged unstoppable giants. Headless and of stone, they came on their own free will. Yet no one really knew why. Those who could took the harpoon and waited. Harpoon, eh? Do I watch Limit Breakers? I might have. Are they kind of like a boundary breaking? I don't know what you call it. Like channels that just explore like leftover files and games. Uh-oh. Sorry, noise. I mean, I do think it thematically works to be in this place that is apparently just abandoned, hasn't been anyone in here in a very long time, and then just have the rustiest gate ever known. Just make horrible noises and trying to open it. Guess if I don't bother these guys, they won't bother me. The door is bent, it won't give way. Still, it seems somewhat loose. Oh, hey there, Dragon Eye. They try to hit the statistical maxes on stuff. Oh. There's maps of all the areas in Dark Souls 1. They actually mostly fit together. It is interesting. Like some of the designs of the Souls games are just mind-blowing. How elaborate they are and surprisingly coherent, even though if it looks just so chaotic when you watch people play. So, speaking of Gongo, is there... I haven't been up to date on the latest Gongonian news. Uh, is there just like 24-hour Gongo now? Is that what's going on? Because it was like 4 in the afternoon here, and it said like Gongo had been going for like 20 hours. Oh, it wasn't intentional? Well, I hope he's okay. I'll push. Wait. Yo, I'm trying to... Oh, what? What was that? Oh, that's lock on? I didn't know I had that. Man, this game's controls are so weird. Gotta love it when you're just like pushing every key on the keyboard. Okay, well. Yeah, it's Osmo's stream now. To get like a, you know, they have like Twitch plays Pokemon or whatever. Like they had that one Goldfish play Street Fighter stream, which is one of my favorites of like that whole genre. Uh-oh. What did I do? Oh, Jesus. What? Stone is slippery, waves roar below. Hmm. Yeah, the sounds are kind of hypnotizing. Oh, jeez. I do love all these weird effects this game has had, though. I'm just kind of going along for the ride. A lot of the effects probably don't show up on stream very well. 16 whispers whisper 16 words. They tell of holding all the blame of their voices, of their covered bodies, of being concealed into harsh concrete, even though they speak and weep and feel sorry and lonely. But underwater, it all seems gibberish. Oh, also, thank you for the follow. I missed it earlier from MS Galaxy Duck. Thank you. Is it meant for someone else? Voices, water and rain seem distant now. Let's Doppler it up. They're getting a lot of use out of this one area. Face? I recognize those symbols. Face of a creature deprived of name. It barely shines. That's like me. For real. These are the bodies of the once watchers. They've been put under jagged rocks so that they may not go further. For theirs is the nature of stone, and the nature of life is not so. True. Oh God. Powering up the Hadron Collider. Still, the humans taught them of life, and they felt it was such the hardship. And they felt compassion. Always wanted statues to empathize with my human existence. They taught the humans the secrets of heaven and earth, their compassion, and in their compassion, they were humans and they were lost. This man has been through so much. This is the land of Ka-Degir Ra. It faced doom 6,000 years ago. Ironclad being. Has to be crossed to get to the underworld. I too am ironclad, and to heaven next. There one may ask life itself, why you are the only one alive. I actually appreciate this wind sound, because this is more how you actually perceive wind in real life. The sound of it whipping by your ears like this. Like when I hear wind in real life, it's almost never how you hear it in video games and stuff, where it's like, probably can't hear that through the mic, but when it has that really stereotypical like sound, you more hear it just as this sort of, like, I don't know how it sounds right now in the game. In a very long time ago, back in like 2005 or something, I was trying to, uh-oh. Long story short, I was trying to make a source engine mod, and there was no documentation, and it was hard to get anything done, and I barely knew C++, but I managed to integrate a really basic wind system where, like, the faster my character moved, the more intense this sort of wind sound was, and I went out and, like, recorded my own sounds. And the only game I ever saw that actually implemented a similar system was Portal 1, where, like, if you fell really fast, the sound of the wind whipping by your ears would get louder and louder, and I'm like, why don't more games do this? I like it. Gives you a good sense of speed and presence. Oh shit. I came to the wrong neighborhood. Yeah, I think Mirror's Edge also did it, yeah. Ow. Hey, Safikins, thank you. Yeah, I'm a sleep streamer. Instead of me sleeping, it's my audience that sleeps. I'm an inverse sleep streamer. You've been here for hours. Nice. I like the designs of these guys. Just want to make it feel like I'm not talking to nothing. Oh yeah, I'm used to just talking into the void. I know there probably are people listening, and I put my videos on YouTube, and I've had people say that they just like, they'll just listen to my streams while they do other things. So I'm kind of anticipating that that's kind of the way people use my streams, is just as like, while they're doing other things. Whatever I can do. You opened your pantry and realized all your cereal is granola based, a sign of age or turning into mono. Yeah, I have a lot of granola. Granola and oatmeal. I think it's the older you get, you have an appreciation for more basic foods. Start to feel like, you know what, I don't need anything really fancy. And you can get a lot of oatmeal for very little. Am I supposed to be going after this one dude that is different looking? Just keep getting my ass kicked. Yeah, I didn't realize how much added sugar there really is in, like, kids' cereals. So these guys keep respawning. I don't feel like making progress. Is there anything going on out here? Yeah, I mean, like, some of the top causes of, like, health problems in America are from just too much sugar, too much salt. Things that you do need, but it's available in such extreme excess that people take way more than they need. And it causes all kinds of issues. Like, that's just been a problem since, like, the Industrial Revolution. Yeah, I've come to really enjoy freeze-dried fruit. It's usually so expensive though. Like I'll buy like a container of like freeze-dried strawberries and it's like $8. And it's not even that much. Because like when you remove all the water from fruit, it just becomes, you know, tiny little like sack of plant flesh. But it's so much more concentrated and flavorful, like when you eat it in a freeze-dried form. Okay, I'm missing something here. I just have to keep fighting these guys, I guess. Yeah, icebreaker. That's a really common thing where it's just like when you look at nutrition information from something that you eat pretty often, you'll realize that like you're getting almost all of what you need of certain things in just like one meal or one sitting. What's even scarier is looking up nutrition information for like Chipotle or something like that, and it's like you get like 800 calories or like 1,000 calories in one meal. But I think on average you need around like 1,000-ish if you're not like a really physically active person. You need like 1,000-ish in a day, and you can eat that in a single meal, so you're getting like double the amount of calories that you actually need. Our fruit and vegetables are rapidly losing nutritional values they once had. Is it some kind of deliberate thing where they're like, hey, if we're selling fruit by the pound, what if we added more water content to artificially weigh it down? I don't know if that's even like scientifically accurate. Anyone has played this before? What am I supposed to be doing here? Because these guys endlessly respawn. I can't get close to the boss. The way fruit is being harvested is causing them to have less value. Well, I imagine like the longer that a plant grows, the more dense it becomes with nutrients. So if they're just rushing to get them to grow as fast as possible, they're probably like not fully matured by the time they're getting into the supermarket. Less nutrients in the soil. Oh. Game. I really wish there was some sort of hint about what I'm supposed to be doing. What if I just... Wait, that guy is out again. Let's see if I can do anything with him. Oh god, my controls are messed up. I'm stuck looking in one direction. Hey, dude. Oh, that was what I was supposed to do. I thought that was just a glitch. And now stuff's happening off camera that I can't see. These are wastes. They're the only remnants of ghosts here. here and beyond, and of beings of stone. What could anyone seek in these places? I wish I could see what was happening right now. Mighty and stone alike were drowned. But death is so much more than cold. It's no fairy tale. Their cold, fossilized existence. My camera's fucked, and no one sees for them, and it's still like that. Under sands and under waters, and under regrets and under fears, and to wander and to wonder what it takes, where it takes to be the other. Figure it's space. Camera, I can't rotate anymore. Doesn't work on the controller either. All right. It's gonna take some coordination. Oh, yes. Wastes. Not by whim. It's how it came to be. At the waters of the flood were upon the earth. Yet it walks. Yet it is named. It is E.S. Oh. New game just dropped. Oh my god. Haven't quite seen this combination of visuals in a game before. Abyssal somewhere. The end. Next. Yeah, they ran out of 3D. Tower of No One. Wow. There is no escape. There is only start or continue. But I've got a trick up my sleeve. Boom. Nice try, game. So that was Abyssal Somewhere by No Noise. It was uploaded in 2018 and it was updated March of this year. This is the only game the devs made. That's pretty cool. Like I said, like I've never seen that combination of visuals. Like I didn't think I would see kind of like decrepit old uh medieval knight combined with sort of modern concrete rebar architecture and fences and rusty things. And then we got like crusty JPEG, really compressed pixelated imagery put side by side with like side view indie platformer graphics and photography of real places. Very interesting combination of stuff. Seemed like it had artifacts of machine translation. It's weird because I'm sure in most cases, if something is worded strangely, it's probably because of some kind of English as a second language kind of thing. But some people seem to be kind of going for that style. Like some of you might be aware of a streamer named Vine Sauce that on Sundays, oh yeah, that's technically today. There's a lot of games that he plays that are very like people would describe it as like, oh, this is such an art student game. You know, when it's kind of a lot of attention's put towards the art and you go around and you talk to different like weird characters and they say a lot of nonsense. It kind of seems to be like a stylistic choice to have intentionally very awkwardly worded sentences with like intentional typos and bad punctuation and stuff like it's become a thing. So it's hard to tell if it's intentional or just ESL. Okay, maybe I should do this Yume Nikki inspired game. I'll show you guys the itch page of it. It's gonna be a flashbang. So apparently this was developed that it can actually run on Game Boy hardware. Like you can download the Game Boy like ROM. But the art style looks really cool. It's called Soul Void. Uploaded in 2019 and was updated last year. Okay, so what I'll do. Here. Enjoy a little bit of music. I'm going to PRB a couple of minutes. Oh, that's right. I put my audio really low. Oh, okay. Where's my really elaborate BRB text? Here we go. Gotta make sure it's just off center and just like uncomfortably to the side somewhere. There we go. That's good. All right, I'll be back in like 2 minutes and I'm gonna play Yume Nikki kind of Pokemon-ish inspired game. I don't know. It's supposed to be only an hour, but all right, I'll be right back. Okay. Chat, why don't we... It's been so long since I've seen you, chat. You don't call anymore. Miss you. So, I acquired almonds. That's the latest news in my life. You've been binge watching these Pacific Northwest camping videos in deep snow and rain really makes you want to go camping. Yeah, I saw you posted that one video where it was a guy that just made like a big van that he just lives in And the entire video was him just getting stuck in snow and then struggling to like dig himself out of the snow, which looked like kind of a nightmare situation. I remember one time back when I used to drive a lot, I used to go back and forth from Minneapolis to Duluth, which is like 160 miles. But when it's winter time, it gets to be a lot scarier because like in the summer, when you're on Highway 35, you could just like sit there and just drive in a straight line. But when it's winter, a lot of times you're like bracing like white knuckled the whole way and just like, oh god, oh, and you're just like worried. But I remember one of the scariest moments I had when driving in the winter was when I accidentally let my antifreeze like sprayers, they froze over. So I wasn't able to get the ice off of my windshield, and I was on like moving fast on a highway as my windshield was freezing over completely. And I was in a place where I couldn't pull over on the side of the road either. I was like going up over this kind of famous ridge right before you get into Duluth. You're like going up really high, and then it kind of curves downward. It's hard to explain, but I couldn't get off the road. So I actually had my driver's side window down, and my head was out the window, and I was like looking out trying to figure out where I was going because the windshield was frozen completely. And I eventually just found like a neighborhood to quickly turn into and to go like scrape all the ice off my windshield. Like that was so scary. I also had a snowplow. I got too close to a snowplow and it just like shot the snow straight at my car, and I was like, okay, I'm never doing that again. Like, just don't fuck with snowplows. You gotta stay far away from them. They are the final bosses of the road, and no one is ever high enough level to take them on. They're scary machines too. They're huge. They move really fast. Like the whole road just shakes and vibrates when they show up. Oh my god, my BRB is still on. It's extremely unprofessional. And I was talking about tasty voids earlier and how like planar voids are one of the better kinds of voids out there. But see, I'm wearing my void shirt. See, it's VOID. I mean, who doesn't have a void shirt? Because you're always wanting to represent the concept of nothing. Because in day-to-day life, I think it's important to think about nothing and to just do nothing and represent nothing. So what better way to do that than with a cool shirt? And I'm also technically the ops. And what else? I forgot what it says on the back. I think it says like step beyond reality. Hyper reality. Before I start the next game, let's watch one more of those cool latent places. Ooh. Oh, I gotta turn the music off. Since a lot of you, I think, weren't here when we watched this originally, let's grab another random one. And not to scare you all away, but trigger warning AI. I believe AI was used to produce some of these, but I think this is a really cool use of it because it's just kind of a weird art project that's not, you know, a big corporation firing 10,000 people to replace them with AI or anything. It's just someone doing some cool stuff with it. So I'm going to hang out down here Uh, don't don't talk to me or my son ever again. Where is it? Yeah, I was temporarily stereo. That was a terrible break of character. So this is one of my favorite ones from earlier. I'll repeat this one.
Free will. Ministry investigators have uncovered a network of makeshift medical facilities scattered throughout Trenton, New Jersey. Evidence suggests that the facilities are being used to illegally harvest mass amounts of data from sedated humans. Petabytes of raw brainwave REM and other biometric data were recovered on site. Further investigation indicates that these dream mills are run by an underground group of criminals known as dream dealers, none of whom were apprehended in the raid. Dream dealers coordinate a complicated operation involving kidnapping, human trafficking, anesthesiology, computer science, and data brokerage. Digital forensics indicate that the data farmed from the victims is sent to buyers with the intention of training advanced neural networks. The identity and motivation of these buyers is currently unknown. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
Dream dealing. That seems like a business I want to get into. I guess I'm gonna have to move to New Jersey. And yeah, one of the first comments is also, it would be in New Jersey. Okay, where's one that we haven't seen? How about, hey, you're just talking about black unicorns. Because I started to talk about how in EverQuest, there's a black unicorn that kills you because it's invisible. Here's anticorns.
Anticorns. Wildlife experts near Chattanooga, Tennessee have sighted a small herd of horned quadrupeds known as anticorns roaming the region. The rare and elusive creatures could be identified by their dark, rough skin, rows of sharp teeth, and large singular horn. Anticorns are predatorial in nature and are known to prey on large mammals such as wild hogs, deer, elk, and in some rare instances bears. Although anticorn attacks on humans are exceedingly rare, hikers in the area should be prepared to either run, hide, or defend themselves if spotted by an anticorn. Due to the rarity of the species, researchers are still determining the best course of action in the event of an anticorn encounter. All documented incidents of anticorn attacks have resulted in the death of the victim by way of maiming and consumption, leading to a lack of useful data in the matter. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
And make sure you don't get eaten by an anticorn because we need to get better data on them to better understand them. Hyper shadows.
Hypershadows, an interlatent phenomenon known as hyperprojection, is unfolding in the remote desert outside of Pahrump, Nevada. Hyperprojection occurs when a latent object obfuscates photons originating from a higher dimensional plane. Under the right conditions, these photons are then filtered and refracted through several layers of the latent membrane, ultimately casting iridescent and glass-like hypershadows into 3D space. Hypershadows appear as shifting shapes morphing through the air or as solid volumes scattering prismatic light. Hypershadows often defy depth perception and other optical logic. These strange traits are dimensional illusions, as hypershadows contain no mass and are simply the byproduct of the interlatent traversal of light particles. Ministry physicists, biologists, and philosophers have yet to confirm if hypershadows actually exist or if they are the brain's manifestation of a phenomenon beyond human comprehension. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
It's funny, that's something that I think about, like, when there's weird, okay, when there's things that are normal, like in a video game or in like VR or something like that, to think about, like, what if this weird thing existed in real life, this concept. And so, for example, uh, well, this is like really any multiplayer game, but in VR chat, there's a common issue where older worlds that were made before synchronizing between client and or synchronizing between all players with the server was harder to do. So, for example, like you would be in a world and you would go and pick up an item. Then people would be like, "Is it local? Is it local?" Meaning that that instance of that thing only exists to you, and everyone has their own version of it, and you can't see other people's versions. Only your only yours exists. So you see people picking up stuff and moving it around like, "Oh, hey, look at this," but you only see your instance of it, but the players themselves are all accurately synchronized, but not the things in the world. So there's this whole idea of things being local or not. Now imagine that happening in real life where you'll just be in a room and you're with people, but one of the people in the room only exists relative to you. No one else sees this person. You can interact with them, they can interact with you, but no one else sees them. Or imagine like a piece of furniture or something existing. Just trying to like just imagine life like that. It's called schizophrenia. There you go. How about copycats? People like cats, right? I'm sure cat lovers will enjoy this.
Copycats. Confused cat owners in Lowell, Massachusetts are reporting the sudden duplication of all household felines. Seemingly overnight, every cat in the Lowell area has gained an identical counterpart. Ministry researchers have located several colonies of mimicry pods in Lowell's residential regions, indicating a targeted effort to gain access to local homes. Reasons for this focused attack are currently unknown. If one spots a copycat in its preformed larval stage, contact animal control authorities immediately. Copycats in the midst of mimicry transformation have been reported to exhibit extremely violent behavior. Currently, there is no discernible means of distinguishing a copycat from the original cat. Residents are being urged to exercise caution around both versions of their pet, as evidence suggests copycats may revert to their larval form if provoked by unwanted contact to their underside. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
Damn. I feel like this happens because I've definitely, what was it? I was reading some thing on Reddit, gasp, where it was someone said that they something that happened to them as a kid that their parents did was like their cat. No, what was it? Oh no, it was a parent admitting that they did this to their kids, where it was that their when the kid was away, that the cat had died from some kind of accident or was hit by a car or something. So they just went and bought a different cat that looked almost exactly like their cat and just replaced it. And they never told their children that that happened. And the kid didn't have any reason to believe that it wasn't their cat. They just found one that looked exactly like it. So that it must have been a copycat. So now you think about it, like, is it more cruel to tell a child that their cat died horribly, or to just replace the cat with one that looks identical and never tell the kid? Which is more cruel? Mm, Wither witches.
Hither Witches. This
Oh,
coven of
hither.
veiled metallurgist women reside in the Hither Woods near Montauk, New York. Practicing an astrologically focused form of eclectic Wicca, the Hither witches find spiritual fulfillment in the stars and their elemental properties. They believe that the Mother Goddess forged all precious metals in a heavenly furnace and that these materials as found on Earth are holy relics. For this reason, Hither witches place special focus on the creation and exhibition of fine jewelry. Self-forged chains and ornaments adorn their wardrobe and hang from their shrines. These pieces represent a deep connection to the stars, Earth, and entirety of the universe. Their veils are thought to encourage a collective connection to their surroundings and the souls of one another. Ministry researchers suspect that the coven has access to a hidden network of caves that lead to private doorways. The Hither witches have no desire to leave their humble wooded home despite their high net worth. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places. Hither witches. This
Yeah, I like their outfits a lot. Here is a link to this page if you want to check out the rest of them. These are really cool, I think. Chat, you're standing right behind my camera. There we go. Inner Evil, you're saying that your sister has schizophrenia, and it sounds very cold, but you enjoy listening to her talk about her stories and her experiences. Can you have like full-on conversations with false people thinking they're real? Interesting. The she was getting suspicious of it. She'd take out her phone and check through her phone's camera. If the person is on her phone's camera, they're real. While if they aren't on camera, she knows they're hallucination. Jeez, that sounds quite intense. This isn't quite related, but I remember I had a really bizarre dream once where I hey camera, what's going on? Actually, no, it wasn't a dream. That was what was strange about it, is that in my sleep, I had taken my phone out and like taken pictures of things around my room. And it was really dark and there was nothing discernible that I was taking pictures of with my phone. It was just like curtain on the wall and then like the floor and all that. And then when I woke up in the morning, I had no idea that I had taken pictures. And I just like looked at my phone and suddenly I had pictures on my like photo reel thing. Like, I don't remember taking these. So I looked at the metadata stuff and I had taken them like at really late at night when I would have been asleep. And I was just, I don't know, it's one of the few moments in my life where I'm just like, really have no idea what happened for a minute. Like, oh, I must have been asleep when I took these pictures, but I don't know why I took them. It's like, does my unconscious self know something that my conscious self doesn't? Yeah, the spooky part is that it wasn't me taking the pictures. You say that you had a cat who was hit by a car, buried him in the yard, and had a sweet little ceremony. A partner came home and we were looking over the balcony, told him what happened. We were feeling sad. And the cat was then stood next to us looking over too. It was a different cat who happened to look exactly like ours. So who did we bury? That is pretty freaky. I mean, I think it's just like there's only so many variations of fur patterns and things. It seems like especially with cats, like maybe it's just because cats are smaller than dogs, that it's just less total fur on their body, maybe. So I have a harder time telling the difference between people's cats compared to their dogs. You and your paralysis demon have a lot in common. You have some good conversations. Yeah. I've never had any like figures exist in my dreams. I don't have like consistency in that way. Oh yeah, on the Discord I was talking about a weird uh dream that I had where I was just playing Super Mario World and I kept playing through one of the first worlds, and every time I touched the ending goal thing, it would immediately restart the level, and I just kept playing it over and over again, and I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. And then I just started hearing that the sound of like, a cell phone, like when you dial someone, like that sound, and it just kept going and going. It was coming out of the game, but I kept playing through the level, and I didn't know where that sound was coming from, and then it eventually, someone picked up, and then it was just sort of like static, like it was just someone answered, but it was just room noise going through it, and it just sat that way for like a few minutes, and I was still playing through the level as this sound was coming from my game. And then eventually someone gets on the phone and just says, like, what? I can hear you. Say something. What? It was just really annoyed. And then I woke up. So it's like my brain is writing creepy pastas, I guess, haunted video game cartridges. So I think that kind of thing is spookier when it's not like, oh, then suddenly blood was dripping from Mario's eyes, and then like a really realistic Luigi has like a knife in his back, and there's like screaming. So it's like, if it's just a cartridge that glitches in such a way that almost feels intentional, not intentional, but like it almost, yeah, like it almost feels like it was manipulated for a different purpose rather than just glitching out. It was like your version has some unknown reason for its existence. Like that freaks me out more than, blood and skulls and things like that. I think it's just because we've been so overly exposed to the more stereotypical horror, that anytime there's something new, it's more interesting. You've always wanted to lucid dream, but you've never been able to. It's like lucid dreaming is like one of these, there's so many weird phenomena that a person can experience, and you can't prove that someone is like exaggerating or that has a different interpretation of something than you are. So it's like, they could say and claim whatever they want, and there's no way to prove otherwise. Like I kind of compare, like when people talk about like lucid dreaming, some people get like, they're like, oh yeah, I just do it all the time. I just hang out, I just sit here and I just create like whatever I want, out of, whatever I want to dream as, and I'll experience it. And it's just like a thing. It's like, I don't know. It's weird. Like some people treat it as if it's like a really well understood thing, and that it's just a regular part of the life. It's just something's weird about it. It's kind of like when people talk about phantom touch, like if you do anything in VR, people are always like, oh, I have really strong phantom sense. Like I can literally feel when someone virtually touches me, it feels identical to in real life if someone touches me. It's like there's no one can prove them otherwise. You just kind of have to like, okay. And that kind of happened with like ASMR and stuff too, where like there isn't much research into ASMR, and it's like a term that's just come about from people talking a lot about it on the internet. And there isn't a whole lot of like scientific data backing it up, but some people swear by it, and they're like, "Oh, I gained such like euphoric amounts of like they feel like they get stronger effects from certain sounds when they experience the ASMR phenomena, more so than if they were to take hallucinogenic drugs, or I don't know. It's just like all these weird little like pseudosciency things that people, they read about it online, and then they kind of, it almost like just them wanting so badly to believe that it happens to them, that it somehow mentally in their minds does happen to them. I'm not saying that's everyone, but there's so many things like that. It's just like the internet is a powerful thing because you can find anyone that believes in things that you want to believe in, and then you all kind of have like an echo chamber effect, and then you suddenly are this thing because you've just invested so much time into it. Every copy of Super Mario World is personalized. Yeah, even though I like that concept. I know people are getting kind of tired of it because it was like a joke in the beginning, but I like this idea of someone's game being slightly different than everyone else's. ASMR doesn't do anything for you. Kind of get it, the brain itch. Yeah, like like same with, phantom sense and things, or phantom touch, where I mean some this might just be like a reaction because of depth perception, but like in VR, the only time I've ever felt like I experienced touch purely from a visual thing was looking up at rain, virtual rain. Like it happened in Phasmophobia to me once because there's like it was raining. I looked up and then I like was like flinching as the rain was coming near my face. I don't know if that was that classifies as like phantom sense or if that is just reacting to depth perception. So my eyes thought something was hitting my eyes when it really wasn't. And yeah, I mean, there's certain sounds that I can listen to that do kind of make me just go like, ooh, like gives you goosebumps or something. But it's not like some people claim it to be like like it deeply affects them and it's like has a really strong effect on them. And I just don't know, like, I don't know. People can convince themselves to experience things that they want to experience. People feeling their pager vibrate even when they stopped wearing one. Yeah, if you're exposed to something long enough and it's suddenly missing in your life, you'll have times where you're completely convinced that you are experiencing the thing even though it's missing. Okay, I'm at 7 hours. Hmm. I'm gonna figure out if I want to play this. I have a lot of other stuff. When I was doing the more trippy games earlier, I was gonna play this Utopias game, but I think that if I'm quote unquote nearing the end of my stream, which could be hours from now, I don't like to do really high energy visual assault on the eyes kinds of things. But this Utopias game is really trippy over the top, and I think it's loud and like flashy. I have to do that a different time. All Neko Yume is a good game. It's higher production value than a lot of these. Higher effort. Actually, I want to try this. Anomalous Research Department. Ah, God. This is, there's no pictures of it, and I was hesitant to try it, but I see it's by Modus Interactive, which I like their games, and Corpse Pile, and Trevor Henderson, who is the creator of Siren Head. But Corpse Pile is somebody that I know in real life. I doubt he remembers me. I still have his number in my phone because we both volunteered at a local game convention and we worked together. The Corpse Pile makes a lot of interesting, weird little horror games on itch. The only time you get phantom sense is related to nostalgia. Sometimes you experience something you haven't in a long time and you can smell the old house I used to live in. That's always something that I wondered about human memories. Uh, if you remember what something smells like or tastes like I've sometimes if I think hard enough about what something tastes or smells like, I can almost feel like I'm experiencing it again. And I always wonder, like, if I were to suddenly completely lose that sense, would I still be able to remember what it smelled like? I mean, I guess, yeah, like if people who've become blind later in life, they can still remember what things look like. So I guess that wouldn't matter. Huh. It's just weird because it's like when I think about the brain, that, the brain's entire existence here. Gonna hang out over here for a little bit. Like the brain's entire existence is to just make sense of data and or sensory information. It's like your eyes and ears and skin and like all of your senses are just constantly experiencing, and it just throws that information to your brain to make sense of it. Like your senses themselves can't think for themselves. They're just continually experiencing and then just throwing those signals to your brain, and it's up to your brain to do whatever with it. And I always think of it like when you have a dream, that it's just your brain is powered down slightly, but it still wants to do stuff with information that it has. So it's like, God, I'm so bored. I'm not getting any new, images or sights or sounds or smells or anything, but I want to do stuff. So, okay, what if I use old information and just start fooling around and making connections of old information that is no longer relevant? And then it's like, that's a dream. It's just your brain taking old, irrelevant memories and just fooling around with them, some that are stronger than others. And then you experience that. But then I think when you wake up, why it's so easy to forget a dream if you don't like write it down right away is because I think once you wake up and all your senses are back on again, that your brain is like, oh, never mind. All of that was useless information. It just kind of like it realizes that it just made all that shit up and it just throws it away quickly because new, relevant, important, real information is now coming into your senses again. And that is way more important than whatever it was doing when you were asleep. So it's um like your senses keep your reality in check. And I think the more of your senses that agree with an experience, the stronger that memory is because it's like, if you're talking to people and one person tells you something, you're like, oh, okay. But if two people tell you the same thing, you're like, oh, okay, this is suddenly two people told me this, but like a whole crowd of people all telling you the same thing. You're like, okay, this must be true if this many people are telling me this. So it's like with your senses, like if you hear something, you you might not remember it very well, but if you hear and see the same thing, if you somehow hear and touch and see, like the more senses that are all working together, that are all claiming the same thing, all of a sudden that's a stronger memory. So it's like all that your sense do is to keep you grounded in reality. And then when you're asleep, you are departing from reality temporarily, and your brain is just trying to continue to do its job without all of these, assistants to keep it in check. So you just start doing like experiencing bizarre things that defy your understanding and or like just don't make any sense at all. So it makes me think like what did our ancestors do or how did they react to dreams? Like our ancient like cave people. Wonder if they ever had trouble deciphering dreams from reality. Like were they ever like if they experienced something really traumatic in a dream and then they woke up, would they have any more or less understanding about what happened? Like, could a dream have a dramatic effect on their life because they don't have an understanding of like what a dream is? But it's like apparently dogs and cats, like they dream, but that doesn't seem to completely alter their personalities. So I don't know. Maybe not giving cave people enough credit. Maybe they were able to easily decipher between the dream world and the real world. Um, like I've known people in our uh like I've known people in modern times who have gotten mad at people because of how they behaved in a dream that they had. I don't think they're completely serious, but it's sort of like maybe when you existed as a human doesn't really have as big of an effect on how you treat dreams. I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud about stuff. But I like dreams a lot and I'm glad they exist. And I'm kind of, morbidly curious about how technology will change how we experience them in the future. Like I was talking about the whole dream streaming thing where like if we can connect our consciousnesses together and everyone can subscribe to someone who's good at dreaming and we can all experience that person's like refined dream as a collective together and a computer or something could somehow coordinate like a multiplayer game server of like all of your brains are all connecting to the brain server and you're dreaming and you're all existing in this space and it's just all memories, all like manipulation of how your brain perceives things. Carl Pilkington thinks that your eyes are separate, that remind you to look at something. Hmm. You ever had rerun dreams before? Oh, yeah, for sure. I have a lot of recurring dreams. I die a lot in dreams. I've been killed by like being shot. I've been stabbed. I've fallen. I have a lot of falling dreams where I wake up once I hit the ground. Where like I'll begin the dream and I'll be falling from like an airplane and I'll be like, all right, this is gonna really hurt when I hit the ground. Yep, not gonna like this. And then I hit the ground and I wake up. It's like, why does my body decide to wake up at that moment? It's weird. Your dreams are usually so chaotic, too chaotic to explain in words. It makes it harder for you to remember. Yeah, and it's funny too because it's like it takes a lot for someone to care about another person's dreams because it's like the least relevant possible thing you could explain to someone. Like you both know it was just a hallucination of the brain. It has no effect on anyone's life. So it really takes a lot mentally for someone to actually care about other people's dreams. So I guess if you try to draw like maybe artistic inspiration from concepts and dreams, like sometimes people's dreams are like, oh, I had a dream that like my mom was doing this and I was like, oh, why are you doing that? Oh, I never did that. Or it's like, sure, that probably means way more to you than it does to me. So I'm, most interested in when people talk about their own dreams that are just bizarre combinations of concepts that like I haven't thought about combined before. Like that I've mentioned this before, but like spending a lot of time in VR causes me to uh it has like effect on my dreams where like when you're in VR you are constantly fighting between the real world and the virtual world because it's like okay, I don't want to run into my real wall and I don't want to run into the virtual wall. So your mind is a little split and you once you've gotten used to the balance between the two that when you're not in VR anymore, it can kind of have for some people have like a weird effect on how you perceive the real world and also how it affects for me, it affects my dreams also. So like I've had it's like a dream that I've had many times is where I'm in complete darkness, kind of like right now. Even though it is starting to get lighter out, the sun is rising, but I'll be in complete darkness in my dreams, just black everywhere. But I'm like navigating around invisible walls. Like when I'm in VR, if I'm doing a lot of moving around, I mean, I've gotten better at it where I don't have to do this anymore, but I used to kind of like kick my feet out or reach out and be like, okay, here's my real wall. Here's another wall. Okay, I'm still on this floor. Here's the chair. And got used to doing that over and over again. So like in this dream, I was just in complete darkness and I was feeling around for invisible walls and I was like kind of scared and felt lost because I couldn't see anything. I was just navigating in darkness. But then I had another dream where I was just walking around the city in real life, like in Minneapolis, familiar streets, except I was running into invisible walls all the time. Like I started walking and immediately ran into a wall. And I realized, like, okay, wait, no, I can't go that direction. I have to go over here. And it was just like this mentally frustrating, like anxiety dream of not knowing where the invisible walls are in the real world. And I definitely was because of all of the time I was spending in VR. And something that happened to a lot of people who were playing Half-Life Alyx is that because you have that feature where you can like force pull stuff, where you train the muscle memory in your mind of just like squeezing your fingers together and like flicking your wrist to pull something into your hand. And people were having I had this happen too, where I played Half-Life Alyx for so long that I just impulsively reached out and tried to like force pull something across the room into my hand and was wondering why it wasn't working for a few seconds. Like, oh, because that's like, it's so interesting with VR because like you're using your real hands and you're using your actual muscle memory to do things. So it can train your body in a way that you wouldn't get just with like mouse and keyboard or a gamepad or something because it's like more of your body is involved in doing this repetitive task so it can have like a more visceral effect in real life. You feel you feel the need to tell anyone about your dreams, usually because it's hilarious. Yeah, it's interesting to me, like the full range of types of dreams people have. Um, Ever have dreams where you're suddenly really good at something like speaking a language or composing music? Yes, I had. Well, I've had kind of other ones where it's like there were some where I was good at something, but there's also ones where something I'm normally good at, I'm suddenly really bad at. Like I've constantly have these anxiety dreams where I'm back in high school and I'm in band, like concert band, and we're performing something and I just can't read music anymore all of a sudden. And or I can't play the instrument. The instrument's not working. Like something is just completely not working and I'm on the spot. Like I played percussion all throughout school, so I was doing like mallet instruments and drums and bass drums and auxiliary instruments and all these things where like when you're in percussion, everything you do stands out way more than anyone else. Like you can't just blend in with the background. So like if you're messing up, everyone's going to hear it. So it was a lot more pressure. So I have all these anxiety dreams about just completely forgetting how to play instruments. And I'm like back in high school. Keep in mind, this was like, I was in high school from 2004 to 2006. It was that long ago, and I still have dreams about that. So it's the opposite, where a thing I was once pretty good at, I'm suddenly terrible at. Or I did have a dream where I was like suddenly really good at speaking, I think it was Russian. In my dream, I was like, oh yeah, I'm suddenly so fluent in it because I was like, and I still am like doing Duolingo and things like that to try to get like, microscopic baby steps into learning a little bit better. Where in my dream, I was suddenly really good. And then I woke up and realized, oh, never mind, it was a dream. We played Alex for a few days straight and had a weird perceptive disconnect a few days. Your hands didn't feel like they were real objects or fake. That happens too, where in Half-Life Alex, like in a lot of VR games in general, when there's a lot of objects sitting on a table, that you kind of get used to, like in VR, where you can just reach straight through something and put your hand through it and then pick up the thing behind it and pull it out. I do remember I was doing a bunch of stuff in VR chat, where VR chat usually there aren't colliders on everything. Like in Half-Life Alex, like you'll reach out and you can bump into stuff, but in VR chat usually you're just like reaching through things. Um, where yeah, I was just like reaching on my desk to grab something and suddenly my hand just like smashes into everything on the way there and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm not in VR anymore." And I am exaggerating a lot. It's not like, "Oh man, my perception of reality is gone because of VR," or anything like that. It's just like, the whole instance was like a second of my life. But just the fact that it happened was kind of like, "Oh, okay," and then I'm back to normal. Normal. Um Usually have very unclear dreams and remember a little bit, but he noticed. Uh, yeah, journaling of dreams seems like it'd be a valuable, inspirational thing. Like I've just invented words in dreams before, and I wish I would have written them down. I don't remember what it was. Hmm. It was like some person's name. I don't remember. It was so long ago. You're really immersed in Alex, and it felt like you were playing your own life through VR for a couple days. Found yourself like, wow. this glass is really well textured, realizing, oh, it's real glass. Oh yeah, I get that a lot when I'm doing so much in like 3D modeling and all of that, and I'm worrying about how textures look and how like shadows render and things, that I'll look at a shadow in real life and be like, that shadow doesn't look right. Like it's really ugly shadow, something isn't working. Like I remember looking at a bench out in the street and thinking that that shadow is wrong. That's why those games like I'm on observation duty games where you're staring at cameras and trying to figure out what's, wrong about the scene. I think it's such a fascinating concept. Like if that were to exist in real life, like imagine you're just in your room and a shadow is just on your floor and you stop and think about it for a second and you're like, "Wait a minute. That shadow shouldn't be there." And then that becomes like an actual emergency that like you call up and you're like, "Okay, I need to report that there's a shadow anomaly in my home." And you're like really scared and a team shows up to your house and does something to fix the broken shadow in your reality. Like, what would have to happen in our lives for that to actually be a thing? I don't know. I guess just reality would have to deconstruct. Well, considering the way things are going, I wouldn't be surprised. Feels like there's a part of our unconsciousness that's holding back our true intellect. Like, what would that even mean? Like, there was that the movie that I always forget the name of. It's just like one word, Limitless. Oh, wow, I remembered it. Where, yeah, it was like a drug that people would take that would just like make them hyper intelligent, where like you'd be able to like hyper perceptive, like they're able to like fully use your brain and perceive more at one time and just become like just really good at existing. You know how people, started using that for evil and were becoming addicted to it and things like that. That's why it's interesting, like with all these, struggling to. Oh, hey, fun time to join as I'm here in the dark. All right, thanks for the raid, Mr. Sphinx. Rumor has it there was a mysterious 24-hour gongo that happened. I was getting worried. I didn't know the details. Maybe it was an experiment that got out early. Who knows? He's apparently sorry. It was an accident. Interesting thing is that Twitch now notifies you when somebody shouts you out in another channel and it says like so and so shouted you out for this many viewers. It's like, "Oh, cool, thanks." Speaking of which, slash shout out. Great. Thanks. You like uh crusty old media. Follow Sphinx, even though I'm pretty sure like probably everyone in my chat right now already does. Thanks for all the follows too. Cactus, Guanito, not the doctor, Big Noli, and the Psychophile, Jaw, 1993. Is that the prequel to Jaws? That the lesser known prequel? Um Gongo Forever, yeah. So what exactly are you apologizing for? Unless that's the joke. Thank you, Dr. Squawkhole. If you like Nanny Lynn, Bob the Blob. Racha la cucaracha. Oh no, there's never actually, this is just all of my streams end up just being here talking about weird things. Okay, we were talking about, okay, maybe this fits some of the subject matter. So it started for me thinking about like, you know, your brain exists to sort out sensory data, and your senses are what keep you in check with reality. The more of your senses that agree that something is what it is, the more your brain is like, this is an important memory because I saw this, I touched this, I heard this, therefore it's an important memory. So I was thinking, so when you dream and your body powers down and your senses are no longer operating, your brain's like, I want to keep doing my job, so I'll just use this old data, these old memories, and just fool around with it. And then your dream is your brain just kind of fooling around with old bad information. And then I think that's why when you wake up, why it can be so easy to forget your dreams is because your brain realizes, oh, this is all worthless information, and just throws it away really quick because it's being overwritten by like stronger sensory information from all of your senses that are in reality. And then that conversation started going towards um, things that have had weird effects on dreams before, and then like there's some conditions people have where like their brain doesn't treat sensory, you know, real sensory information as valuable as it should. So people have like a kind of twisted perception of what reality is and things like that. Yeah, and then talking about like, you know, lucid dreaming. Um just reading what you all are saying. Party rocking. No. More people are always welcome here. I just say that it's a disclaimer is that prepare to be bored. Some of the stuff I've been playing tonight too is just really here. Let me give an example real quick. So occasionally I need to check in on my my looks at notes, my NODOMUS. It's important to occasionally here. And you're left alone in the dark. This might be a little bit loud. Oh wait, I have it preemptively down. All right, so I'm just gonna check back in real quick. And apparently things are operating not so optimally. I think, yeah, the rove departure time has decreased significantly. So departures are completely out of alignment from what's normally expected. But the location is still unknown. There's kind of a disagreement on when and where it exists. But then the evolution of this particular form is starting to become more orientated. It's exponentially expanding in both departure and altitude. And we can take a look at how things are formulating. Don't even care about Cage. Cage is of no relevance. It's bad data, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And I think this is beyond saving at this point. So the time is actually accurate in the bottom right here. It's accurate to the point of my own reality, but it's not fully known if it's accurate to someone else's reality. Can I pick up the 4D, 3D, 3D 3? Probably not. Okay, now this is the dangerous one. You don't want to look at this one for too long, because the more information that it gathers, and the more that it, oh god, the more that it learns, the less we understand. But I'll save you from that. That was NODOMUS. Yeah, there aren't enough dimensions these days. I don't know what happened. We used to have more, but I feel like we've ran out. Hi. What else did we do tonight? Ah, I played a Morse code game for like an hour. Ignore that noise. That was nothing. It didn't happen. Yeah, a game called Dots and Dashes, which is actually probably the best Morse code game I've ever played, because it wasn't just throwing dots and dashes and be like, oh, look at the chart and compare the thing. It actually has a method of detecting the length. You know what? Since there's a bunch of people here, I'm just going to play it for a little bit. Screw the rules. Going off the rails. Thank you. Steven was here. Apollonian Muse. That's a nice name. For the follows. Camera off. Okay, get a load of this. This game, I think, only appeals to me. Like, this was, like, made for me, pretty much. It's a survival Morse code game. I actually have to wear headphones for this. Oh, wait, did it keep my options? All right, this is how you know I'm hardcore. Conversion delay is down to 0.35 seconds. Normally defaults to a full second, which is the amount of time that follows a letter before it figures it out, or before it understands what you're trying to do. Okay, so it's very low poly and crusty. And I have to do this in the dark because there's soldiers in this town that if they see me or hear me operated in here, they shoot me. And there's people in my apartment as well. All right. So normally, you're supposed to use the chart over here, but I just know all of it already. So let me tune the radio. And I have to occasionally listen for footsteps. Come on. Up. All right. Path cleared. I Morse in the dark. I did my DAWs in the dark. So. Oop. Whoa, 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 wait. Have to listen. It's kind of like Welcome to the Game. Anyone's played that? L E A E. Okay. So I got 26 points, I guess. Oh. Now there's a guy that will break into your apartment and kill you if he hears Morse. This is why us Morsers are a persecuted people. If anyone hears dits and das, you'll die. Oh. Hell yeah. So I do know Morse. I do. I mean, I do wish it was a little more complicated than just repeating messages. Oh god, I forgot I have to eat and sleep. This is too much like real life. Oh god. This was me during the Battlefield 1 height of the Easter eggs. People were just sending me Morse. I would go to sleep, wake up, translate their Morse, go back to sleep, eat a can of beans. Alright. Back to business. Oh god, my power went out. God damn it. Get up. Enemy infiltration. Oops. What? North flank. Sit down. Oh. Is the guard walking by? Will the VOD of this be up after the stream? Yeah, I upload it. Well, the Twitch VOD is always available. I try to upload streams as soon as I can, but because I started streaming in 1080 and 60 FPS, it takes like a full day for it to, full day and a half before it even gets onto YouTube. Normally, when I was doing 720 and 60 FPS, I could get the full stream up like half a day. Now it takes so long. I already forgot what my message was. Oh, no, 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 no. North flank. Okay. No. It's like I don't even usually watch streams in 1080. Even though my monitor is 1080, I almost always have streams in small windows, so it just seems pointless to be like streaming or to turn the quality options up to 1080 when I'm just like watching a small thing. But there are some games that benefit to it a lot more. Like if there's a lot of small details on the screen. Oh god, I have to order more food. This is how I order food in real life. You do this. Well, there goes all of my income. Food. Too real, am I right? Okay. Uh-oh. Nobody's here. And then the power goes out. Oh, the knocking was probably my food. Cover. Battlefield. Here, I'll Morse out someone's name in chat. Okay, I spelled it wrong. Wait, no, that's right. Never mind. Another person interested in number stations. Yes, you DX'd Lincolnshire Poacher from Australia a few times when it was still broadcasting. Wow, so you're an OG. Because I think, didn't Lincolnshire Poacher stop broadcasting in like 2000 or something like that? 'Cause I remember people in the UK in that area were talking about like growing up hearing it all the time and then it's like no longer a thing. I wish I had those kinds of cool childhood experiences, but like America doesn't really get, well, we do get some number stations naturally, but they're usually from like Cuba. They're not as cool as like all of the German and Russian and Polish stations that you guys get over there. Hopefully we get some more jams. Yeah. Counterattack. Observer. So paranoid because there is a guy that will appear in this hallway and will beat the shit out of you if he sees you. Am I the one that put together all the number stations and stuff for Vinny the other day? No, that was not me. And I was actually really surprised when he got that because I was like, oh my god, I would put together something like this for him. But that person did a really good job, though. I don't know what their name was. I think they've done stuff with Joel before, too. Like, they are probably more of a legit radio operator. I don't have any of my own equipment. I'm just really interested in it. I have a shortwave radio that I've like gone out to a park and gotten some signals from, but like I live in a busy city, so there's tons of interference, so I can't really get much here. So I have to use like the internet-based what's it called? SDRs, which is like a way of using the internet to access other people's equipment. Covert mission. Yeah, software-defined radios. Swear to God. Whoops. Get. Okay. Yeah, just a member of the resistance having a resistance party. My oppressed country, occupied country, or I don't even know what the story is. Retreat. Uh-oh, things aren't going so good. Uh-oh, I'm gonna die. Oh. Met a dude who coordinated ships on the Great Lakes using radio and apparently helped coordinate the rescue of a sunk ship once. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, I'm from Minnesota, and Great Lakes are of great importance to us, especially Lake Superior. And that lake has a pretty big history of shipwrecks. There's one really famous one that happened there. I always forget the name of it. But I think it was because it got like lost in a storm and it eventually actually sunk, and it was like a mystery for a long time about what exactly happened. I'm supposed to be using a lamp, but eh. Edmund Fitzgerald, yeah, that's right. These sounds. You learned about the story because it was the name of the beer and the story was on the side. That's amazing. There's a piece of the wreck by the lift bridge. Is that wreckage from the Edmund Fitzgerald? I had no idea what that thing was. I know a canal park has a lot of weird, like, seafaring artifacts sitting around. Okay, holding position. It's actually sometimes easier if I don't have the word up as I'm doing this. Okay, holding position. Oh. What? Oh, holding. Wow, that bass. Here comes a guy. They changed the name of that little tugboat that was turned into a little shop recently. Huh. It's orange now? Would they painted it, or is it because of like erosion or whatever? Rusting. This is a tricky word. No. Accidentally did rectum instead of reconnaissance. Classic rookie mistake. Well, thanks for the follows, by the way. Gyrus and Kiwi Tanuki. Offensive. Regroup. I know this probably isn't the most interesting game to watch. It's fun to play, though. Whoa! Oh no, everything's good. In this, the notepad sounds like someone sneezing. And it's really loud. And I'm not really sure where the game progresses. I think this was just like a game jam game or something too, so I don't know if it actually has a progression to the story. Because it's all like random. I mean, so you're supposed to be using this. which usually in a puzzle game or something, as soon as you see the Morse code chart on the wall, people are like, God damn it. I can teach you all numbers. I think numbers are actually easier to remember because it's like every number is 5 total characters. So, 1 is, okay. So 1 dot and 4 dashes. 2 is 2 dots and 3 dashes. 3 is 3 dots and 2 dashes. 4 is 4 dots, 1 dash, and then 5 is just 5 dots. And 6, so now you start with the dash on the left side and the dots on the right side. So 6 is dash, and 7 is dash dash, dot dot dot. 8 is, then 9 is, and then 0 is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dashes. So there you go. Just remember 1 is 1 dot, 5 is 5 dots. And then once you do 6, you're starting with dashes instead of dots. I mean, everything else gets to be a little more complicated. Like, when I learned it, I started with the most simple combinations, or the least amount of dots and dashes. So E is just a dot, and T is just a dash. And then you go from, so like E, 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 then. And it's also important to note that rhythm-wise, because it's a very rhythmic thing. Rhythm-wise, there are 3 dots in 1 dash. So if you're musical at all, you can think of it as like triplets. Uh-oh. Okay, good thing my door's closed. So so 3 dots and a dash. So that's why, like, the letter B as in Bravo is da dit dit dit, and the dash is the same length as the 3 dots rhythmically. So da dit dit dit, da dit dit dit. It's getting more aggressive. Yeah, they don't like me revealing the secrets. Well, I guess just to finish what I was saying is like, yeah, I started with just 1 dot is E, 1 dash is T, 2 dots is I, 2 dashes is M. And then...
Huh?
No, 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 no! Wow. I didn't click the transmit button. Why did that happen? Okay, well, I died. This is what I get for trying to teach people things. But, anyway. I keep thinking that's a person sitting in the chair, but it's the shadow of the chair. Yeah, Mortis. So, E What? E I S H. Well, and then the number 5. So I just started first by remembering that E, I, S, H, and 5, or numbers are kind of their own thing, are all exclusively dots. And then T, M, O, and there is no 4 dashes, I don't think. No. Yeah, T, M, and O are all dashes. And then I started learning dot dash is A, dash dot is N. So and then adding one more. So dot dash dash is, well, here, let me, W. And then dash dot dot is D. So and then dot dot dash is U. And then dash dot dot, or no, dash dash dot, whoop. And there's also kind of like visual things too. Like somehow I just remember the letter U as, you know, there's the 2 points of U just by the shape of the letter. So I think like the 2 points are the 2 dots, and then the dash is the curve at the bottom. Like I'm a really visual person, so sometimes I can visualize where the dots and the dashes overlay onto the actual letter sometimes too. And the one I always forget is the letter J. Because it was like the reason why certain letters are the way they are is that it was supposed to be like frequency of use. Like the letter E and T are very common. That's why they're the shortest. Whereas like the longest letters are all like X, Y, and Q. Yeah, J is dot dash dash dash. Okay, when I go turn my power back on, I think my neighbor's going to kill me. Hey, bro. No. Not today, I guess. Yeah, so just to flex here. A, B, C, D, E, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R. No! Okay. I can force that thing off. Good to know. T, U, whoops. U, V. W, X, Y, Z. And it's funny because there are certain combinations of things that are not characters that you think should be. That's a lot of bass. Like, Z is dash dash dot dot, but there is no dot dot dash dash. There is no dash 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 dash, even though there is 4 dots. So there's just certain things that just don't exist. But there is a such thing as like Japanese Morse code, and Russian Morse code, and German Morse code, and they use slightly different things. Like I think Japanese Morse has dot dot dash dash. And also normally people refer to it as dits and das because it's easier to be like da did it da 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 did it da did it rather than dot dash 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 dot dot dash dash. So if you want to sound really cool, be like, I'm gonna dit my da. I'm ditting my da in the dark right now. Okay, well I think that's really all of this game. Oh yeah, Inner Evil, that's a good way to remember it. Yeah, it's like we can have visual ways of remembering certain characters. Like it's rare for anything that I learn that I just systematically know everything in, the exact planned order. There's sometimes just some random weird mental connection I made that will always stick, like remembering all the states in the United States or something. Like as someone who's been in the Midwest my whole life, it's a nightmare for me to, hey, you know what? Who's there? Who's there? Hello? Oh, God! Oh, I guess it wasn't Girl Scout cookies. All right. What a cool neighbor. Yeah, trying to remember the East Coast states is so hard for me. So I just remember like, okay, Vermont is kind of shaped like a V. So, and then the one that isn't Vermont is New Hampshire. So in my mind, non-Vermont is New Hampshire. And then like, okay, New Jersey's kind of shaped like a J, like Joyzy. I don't remember how I still get like the Carolinas and the Virginias confused. You know, okay, this is, let me do this. This is streamer content in 2024. There's a website, uh, name all of the United States with no borders. It is such a bullshit thing that it's become like a fun challenge. Because like even if you know all the states, okay, where is it? I'll bring it up. United States quiz no borders. And it's like a virus laden ad disaster website, if I remember correctly. Find the US states, no outlines. Okay. Oh my God, there's so many ads. All right. Stream not sponsored by Arby's or National or American Express or, oh God, or Honda. So you just have to click. How does this? Oh, play. Montana, South Dakota, North Carolina. Oh God damn it. Oh. Hot single burgers in my area. Here, I'll transform this content. Boom. Oh my god, it's so bright in my room and I'm wearing headphones. That reminds me I need to oh Jesus. Gotta change my camera settings. Oh yeah. There's my crow friend over there. Always got my back. The most loyal bird ever. Just doesn't move, doesn't eat, doesn't sleep. He takes after his owner. Get real artistic and be like, okay, anyway. You wish there were hot single burgers in your area. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this again. Now, part of the secret of this is that you don't actually have to, like, you can skip a state, but I like the first try it. Okay, yeah. How do I restart? God, I'm like accidentally gonna download a virus. All right. New Jersey. Hello? What? Maine. Oh, it lets me keep going. Okay. Wyoming, North Dakota, Maryland. Ooh. Okay, Michigan, easiest. New York, Delaware, Oregon, Arkansas. Ah, Ohio, Utah. Really? I'm a pixel away, New Hampshire. We were just talking about this. Okay. Texas, Indiana, Oklahoma, Hawaii, Virginia. Oh, wait, there's West Virginia and Virginia. So the one that is to the east. Wow. Arizona, Tennessee. What? Just like a fraction of the way off. Alaska. Connecticut is like, oh my God. Iowa, California, Florida, Vermont, Missouri, Georgia, Montana, Massachusetts, Louisiana, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Illinois, New Mexico, Nevada, Idaho, South Dakota, Minnesota, West Virginia, Colorado, Nebraska, Washington, Wisconsin, Mississippi, South Carolina, Kentucky, Kansas, Alabama. I'm officially an American citizen. That's all it takes. Except I got I was pixels away from a bunch of these. Now it would be how do you spell NODOMUS? Oh, that was let me bring it up. NODOMUS. And the person that made it makes a lot of other weird games. Now, what would be incredibly embarrassing is if I tried to do this, but with Europe. Oh my God, get off my screen. You know what? Because I know there's a lot of Europeans watching right now, Europeans. I'm going to prove the stereotype correct that most Americans don't know the layout of Europe very well. Oh my God. All right, here we go. Just to ignore all the ads. Oh boy. Oh no. I just have to actually type it out. Okay. Iceland. You know what? This is an important moment. Don't talk to me or my son ever again, but I don't know if she's in chat, but friend of mine visited Iceland and sent me a postcard from it. And Iceland is somewhere I absolutely need to visit at some point in my life. Like it just climate wise, just so much about the country seems that it would theoretically be perfect for someone like me, but I'm sure that's ignorant American perspective, but I know it's super expensive and money is the thing I have least of in my life right now. Like I could easily live with no sunlight 20 or 365 days a year. Okay. Ireland. This isn't the type of quiz that I want because I could just be like Italy, France, Spain, Portugal. Okay. This isn't the right type of quiz. All right, this is more in line with the punishment I was seeking. What is going on? I'm going to be looking the wrong direction, but I don't feel like mirroring it. All right, right off the bat, where's Malta? Um, let's skip that one for now. Vatican City. All right, where's Switzerland? San Marino, France, Ukraine, North Macedonia. Skip Russia, Hungary. Oh no. Like this cluster right here is it's just something else. Um, That's Romania. Why would it tell me? Latvia. That's Austria. Oh my God. Slovenia. That's right. Like, I know this is just this Czechia. This is Slovenia. Slovak. Oh my God. I was thinking because Slovak is similar to Polish. So I thought it would be okay. I'm not going to do this too much longer. This is too embarrassing. Bulgaria. That's Albania. All right. United Kingdom. Spain. Portugal. Well, now I know Austria's here. Well, it's by Germany. Hey, it even says Czechia in here as well instead of Czech Republic. What? Oh, it's asking where well, I clicked it. Never mind. Austria is not where I thought it was. That's Austria. This never happened. Hmm. Okay, what do we even do? Okay, I'm going on 8.5 hours. My streams generally go to 12 hours, but I guess I don't have to go that long. That's not Austria, that's Austria. Ow. I know. Let's watch a few more Latent Places. I don't really feel like starting up a new game, especially when the sun is going to start. Yeah, the sun is going to start showing up on stream. Uninvited. I'm not collabing with the sun. I don't know why it decides to show up on stream. Okay, so there's a thing that we've been watching a bit of on stream. It's a really cool Instagram channel. And I need to know, how do you pronounce this? Latent or latent?
Latent.
Latent?
Latent.
What about in Inglando?
Latent.
It is latent.
Latent.
Huh. Blatant. Okay, so warning, there is some AI generated imagery that is about to appear. I think it's used for interesting artistic purposes. Just a creepy, cool art project, and it's really well made. You know, there aren't people being laid off because of this or anything. I know chats on Twitch generally like dongs. So how about we learn about dong crawlers?
SKINCRAWLERS. Farmers near Grand Island, Nebraska are reporting bell-like anthropods traversing their field crops late into the night, colloquially being referred to by locals as SKINCRAWLERS. The origin of these strange creatures is currently unknown. SKINCRAWLERS do not appear to pose any physical threat to humans at this point in time. SKINCRAWLERS have simply been observed wandering through the fields at a leisurely pace, stopping only to emit a deafening chime in unison with one another at sporadic intervals. Exactly 2.4 seconds after each SKINCRAWLER chime, a meteoroid enters the Earth's atmosphere with a radiant near the constellation of Perseus. The significance of this correlation is currently under investigation along with its relation to nearby Comet 109P/Swift Tuttle and its accompanying Perseid meteor shower which will peak on August 12. As this date approaches, local officials are making a concerted effort to distribute earplugs to nearby residents. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
Now you know. How about goat folk?
Appalachian goat folk. Our researchers have made contact with a small community of humanoid bovidae in Pennsylvania. These peaceful and friendly creatures were discovered deep within a complicated network of caves along the base of the Appalachian Mountains. They appear to have unique religious practices, a complex social structure, and a developed spoken language. The language mixes goat-like bleating with Germanic linguistic elements. Please respect the privacy of the goat folk and do not attempt to establish your own contact. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
I'm pretty sure those already exist in VR chat and for Affinity. So nothing new there. What about one that we watched earlier? About the phone swamp.
Phone swamp. A swath of mysterious telecommunication equipment has been discovered in the remote wilderness of Congaree Swamp outside of Columbia, South Carolina. Telephones, payphones, and switchboards litter the swampy landscape with no indication of their origin or purpose. Despite no physical connection to surrounding infrastructure, the equipment appears to be powered on and ready for use. Dial tones emitted from the handsets indicate an established connection to a network of some sort. Despite the apparent functionality, all attempts to connect a call through the equipment were met with harshly distorted moaning noises screaming back through the earpieces of the forsaken phones. Ministry agents testing the equipment each reported being struck with an intense sense of unease and nausea before vomiting profusely into the surrounding bog. Nearby residents are being asked to report any disturbance in their own attempts at telephonic communication. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
And a valued member of chat mentioned when this one showed up. What was it? In order to determine the age of a swamp phone tree, you need to count the rings or something. It was fantastic. If you want to watch this channel, here is it. It is linked in chat. Watch a few more.
Bretonians. Widespread blackouts are being reported in Boise, Idaho and surrounding suburbs. The power outages are being attributed to a group of sentient entities known as Bretonians. Bretonians could be spotted siphoning energy from power lines, substations, and other electrical infrastructure. Composed of 90% superheated plasma, these cationic beings tend to emerge when strong fluctuations in both interlatent and electromagnetic fields drift into phase with one another. Bretonian sightings are extremely dangerous, albeit short-lived. Bretonians are known to live out the entirety of their lives in distinct microbursts lasting no longer than 2 to 3 seconds. What may appear to humans as a momentary flash of light is in fact the entire life cycle of an intelligent being from birth to death and all the moments in between. The ministry is funding the development of an ultra-high-speed communication protocol in an effort to make contact with the fleeting life forms. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
Isn't that just an incredible concept, and the visuals that go along with it are just amazing? That's just an enemy from COD Zombies. It actually does look like something like that. These newer, or these older ones, I should say, are a little too AI-y, where it's not quite as interesting. I like the ones that are more, kind of more grounded in reality. Well, like the Blood Factory.
Blood Factory, a complex system of pipes and machinery being used to transport and refine human blood has been discovered under a major U.S. metropolitan area. The city will remain undisclosed as the investigation is ongoing. Initial analyses indicate that the industrial-grade mechanisms are operating autonomously and without supervision. It is thought that the system has either been constructed to run without interference or that the operators have vacated the premises. Investigators are currently mapping the vastly complicated facility in an attempt to uncover more information about its functionality and purpose. The process is expected to take several years. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
If your local blood factory is found unstaffed, be sure to contact authorities. And then as a final one, let's just do... I showed this one already, but I think it's an interesting concept.
Copycats. Confused cat owners in Lowell, Massachusetts are reporting the sudden duplication of all household felines. Seemingly overnight, every cat in the Lowell area has gained an identical counterpart. Ministry researchers have located several colonies of mimicry pods in Lowell's residential regions, indicating a targeted effort to gain access to local homes. Reasons for this focused attack are currently unknown. If one spots a copycat in its preformed larval stage, contact animal control authorities immediately. Copycats in the midst of mimicry transformation have been reported to exhibit extremely violent behavior. Currently, there is no discernible means of distinguishing a copycat from the original cat. Residents are being urged to exercise caution around both versions of their pet, as evidence suggests copycats may revert to their larval form if provoked by unwanted contact to their underside. This has been a public service announcement from the Ministry of Latent Places.
Yeah. If you suddenly have 2 cat XD, that could mean some serious problems for your household. Thank you for the follow, Decoder Snake. All right, so there's Latent Places. It's really uncomfortable. Got to hug your cat now. Yeah. I like cats, but my immune system doesn't. So sometimes people, if I'm like, oh, I'm allergic to cats, like, you hate cats? I'm like, no. I sneeze around them. Doesn't automatically mean that I hate them. It's funny because, like, as soon as I moved out of my parents' home, they just like replaced, or they just filled the house with cats. They're like, finally. My camera like moved over time. What happened? Oh, it's because it's cropped at the bottom. Mm, your allergies went away. I've always heard that that isn't possible, but then I hear people say that it happens. So like, I don't know what to think. It's funny because the sun shining into my window, like it's eventually going to be right in my eyes. And it's like a visible countdown to where I have to stop streaming because the sun will be in my eyes and I can't block it. It's like a divine intervention to be like, for the love of God, stop streaming. It's funny because it's shining through a curtain. Well, it's like a vinyl screen. Mm, I know a quick thing to throw out there, since there's theoretically people. Um, I was looking for a long time to try to find what the name of this thing was. So I want to have it on video record of what it is. So if I forget again, I can just check my VOD. There is this amazing festival that happens somewhere in the UK, I think, called Boomtown. Has anyone heard of this? Like, this was a completely new concept to me.
Hitting on a lot more findings.
I think pandemic really screwed it up and they didn't host it for many years, and I think they've been trying to come back, but it doesn't seem to be going too well. Okay, there's a 30-minute Night Mind video about it, but I'm gonna skip around. I know that can be annoying sometimes. But so it's a music festival, but it has an immersive theater kind of like Renaissance festival like thing that goes along with it, and it becomes sort of an alternate reality game. Like there's so much involved. Like every festival has an ongoing story with characters and things that happen and change, and people that go to the festival can interact with the actors and they can progress the story, and then people online who aren't at the festival can interact with it through like different websites and things. It's just like the most comprehensive, just huge real life and online interactive theater thing I have ever seen. And it's very high budget. And it just seemingly, well, as an American who's not like in the UK, hearing about this is completely new to me.
And
Here.
tonight, mine friends, and welcome back to Cabin Fever Dreams. I'd say you're just in time, but truthfully, you're in an uncanny blood progressions. Upgrade your chip, amazing. This is the kind of thing that a lot more people should know is out there, and it's shocking that they don't. In our realm, we study a lot of online unfiction. Sometimes it carries over into physical location.
Unfiction. It's important to know. Nightmind is trying to help popularize use of the word unfiction. I know it sounds like a dumb word, but it's there because of how people are so quick to throw the term ARG onto any vaguely mysterious video on the internet. It's like, oh yeah, this ARG video. People are like, oh, the Petscop ARG. It's like, no, it was never an ARG. There is no game. I mean, there's no constructed experience for players. Yeah, sure, it's the story is about a game, but it was never, no one ever interacted with it, couldn't affect it in any way. There's no gameplay to Petscop. It's not an ARG, but people still call it ARG because, oh, it's a mysterious thing, mysterious video on the internet. So therefore, it must be an ARG. So unfiction is a piece of media that insists that it's real. The viewers most of the time know that it's not. But part of the enjoyment of unfiction is the suspension of disbelief and treating it as if it's real. It's sort of like the subreddit called, what's it called? Can't Sleep, where one of the rules of it is that you treat every post as if it's real, and the comments of it are people assuming that this obviously fake story is real, and it says the enjoyment of said thing is by treating it that it's real. So anyway, that type of thing, they're trying to popularize use of the word unfiction to describe this sort of thing, to differentiate it from an ARG, which is, a game experience that your people are intended to interact with.
Dead drops, character meetings, occasionally even an event. It's very rare when we have something that is mainly based offline, but for 11 years, there has been an event in the United Kingdom unlike any other in existence. I want you to imagine the ultimate dream for someone who loves ARG, unfiction, the whole make-believe and immerse yourself form of storytelling. I'm here to tell you that there is a genuine version of it, and it's called Boomtown. Boomtown Fair is a 5-day festival that is now 66,000 attendees strong, takes place in the month of August, and is comprised of 13 districts, each
Happening right
presenting
now.
a unique theme and world build. Every district is constructed with such effort, detail, and over-the-top creativity that it rivals Disneyland and Universal Studios. And the crown jewels of each area are their stages, where musicians from over 9 genres of music come to put on jaw-dropping shows, the likes of which you could only imagine appearing in movies. Here is the pride of one major district, Area 404, the nucleus stage.
Look
And
at
here
this
is a major
stage.
set piece from 2016, the Palace.
Insane.
But here's the best part, which I alluded to earlier. Boomtown isn't just an incredibly creative place for its district and stage designs. This festival has an ongoing, all-encompassing storyline that stems back from its first year and has carried through to now. And when you're at the event, you're a part of it, like a main character in an open-world RPG. The setup of the fiction is simple. Boomtown is a genuine place. It's just a very special place, which only opens its doors to the rest of the world in the summer each year to celebrate its roots. Originally, Boomtown was a small township started by the explorer Nicholas Boom, who found a literal gold mine nearby. In celebration of their tiny town's good fortune, a festival was held each year among its people, until one year a circus appeared. Nicholas Boom was led by the townspeople to see a major caravan train led by a man riding an elephant, known as the Gypsy King, who was welcomed into the festival along with his circus. This is actually reflective of the way that Boomtown began. It was supposed to be just a small music festival, with everybody camping out in tents, but a company called Invisible Circus heard about it and came by to take part. Their performances and theatrics brought a brand new character to the event, making it more than just a time to camp out and see musicians. Basically, this all started because the circus came to town, literally. In Chapter 2, which was Year 2, word got out about the festival and it attracted more outsiders, which became a problem since Nicholas Boom ran a very different kind of society than the rest of the world. Boomtown was meant to be a place of positive free rule. There was no overarching government, they were just people who would be looked to for guidance. This came under fire with the arrival of new people, one of whom was a man calling himself the Captain, who attempted to enact a system of structure and power. He was rebuked and led astray by Nicholas Boom and the Gypsy King, keeping the authority seekers too busy to actually gain a foothold. In Chapter 3, the Captain's efforts increased, pushing Nicholas Boom to seek enough money to buy the land outright and legally push the Captain and his men out.
Yeah, that's often one of the big complaints about the term unfiction is that, like, linguistically it doesn't make sense. But I think part of it is that one of the biggest ARG communities for a long time was called unfiction. And I think that's part of like where the term came from, was like in reference to the name of a huge community that was like connected with ARGs and stuff like that, which isn't really a good reason, but I don't know, even if it's dumb, I think it's still a useful word to help more clearly define the kind of content that happens on the internet. So thanks for the follow, GGGHHG22E. That sounds like a name that I'll have to ban because they will like post bots in chat or something. But innocent until proven guilty. So thanks for the follow for now.
He ventured into the mountains, looking for a temple rumored to be hiding a jewel the size of a man's fist. Sadly, the festival took place without Boom present, and the Captain seized the moment, installing his form of government while the founder was missing. Now, brace yourselves because it's about to get wild. Chapter 4, An Alien Presence. The captain sees expansion of the town
Okay,
into the
well,
size of a city,
if you want like the detailed lore thing, you have to watch the whole
driving
video.
major
But if you
business like
go and
Down on
skip
the top.
around
the
here,
sheriff and the old
The prosperity, if you will.
P.O.S.S.U.M.
Live to the heart of Old Town, where demonstrations continue.
Don't worry about all that. The answers are inside. And remember, you are an individual.
Of the moderate drinking and safe drinking movements, our cultural and historical heritage, and our dedication to customer satisfaction have another lead from the video, just noticeable enough right here during the laptop sequence. The
and the long one.
so
Save Charlie is
taken from the Izzy during a training period without trouble.
I don't know, just an all-around big, amazing, complex event. If you want to watch more about Boomtown, here's the Nightmind video. Nightmind is a great resource for a lot of just kind of ARGs and unfiction on the internet. He was kind of like one of the authorities on the subject for a long time before people like Nexpo and all that started showing up. So he's kind of like one of the classics. He streams now too. Seeing what other notes that I have. Man, the vibe is just so off when there's light in my room. I'm all about the night. Some edgy, but yeah. Imaginary Worlds podcast. That sounds familiar. One of the only podcasts that I listen to occasionally is one called Mysterious Universe. And I don't know, like when you do do like a video series or a podcast about that kind of subject matter, it's got to be hard to find new things to talk about. Like all these like top 10 spookiest videos with like, "Hello guys, slapped hams. Like take a look at some more spooky videos." And it's all like the same stuff over and over again. It's like it's got to be just sort of a slog to have to try to keep finding new things. Ah, so yes, Starfield is in October going to be releasing the DLC, and I'm probably the only one that is excited to play it. And I've mentioned this before, but I'm going to stream it. But I'm going to try to use my save file that I destroyed by using lots of console commands and messing with factions and things. So I have a whole squad of Varun cultists that follow me around everywhere that is never supposed to happen in the game. So I'm curious to see if the DLC that is focused on that faction, if me having my own army of them is going to ruin it or not. If it does ruin it, I mean, first of all, how am I going to know if it's ruining stuff? I don't know. It'll be a weird adventure. It'll be my own unique take on the DLC, I guess. If it does ruin it, and it's very obvious that it is, I have a version of my save file that is like weeks old. It is way further back in the game before I started doing all the console commands. I could use, so at least I wouldn't have to be making a new game entirely. That's the thing, is like we don't know at what point in the game you need to be in order to even play the DLC, because I never actually finished the game. So I hope they tell us ahead of time, like, oh yeah, by the way, you need to have a save that has completed the game already in order to do this DLC. Because then I'll have to like speed run the rest of the game. Because I already know how the whole game goes, and I don't really feel like playing through it myself unless I have to progress. And like, oh god, the sun. This is the worst type of sun when it's sniping me. Look at this. The sun is like what, light years away, and it can still manages to get a perfect headshot on me. What even? Why does it look like this? So weird. I'm eating the sun. This is what my stream is degraded into. Well, I do have curtains. It's just that it goes through them, so they're not thick enough curtains, I guess. Okay, not light years. Space units away. 94.085 million miles. But yeah, Starfield. Oh yeah, so like the character, like the love interest that my character has on the ship is Andreja, who's supposed to be the most aligned with the Varun faction, which the DLC is focused on also, but I did not marry her or try to. Mild Starfield spoiler if anyone cares, but um there's a ridiculous thing because believe it or not, there's some problems with the game. One of the traits that you can start the game with is like it makes your character a worshiper of the great space serpent, which is like the foundations of the Varun like religion. You can choose that trait, and it has very few uses throughout the game. There's like a couple different conversational differences. And then there's a character who is aligned to that same religion, and she has a bunch of story arcs and stuff related to it and her struggle of becoming a normal member of society, but she still is fighting her past and some of her like conditioning, and has that's part of her character arc is her struggle with her past. And then if you get far enough along in like the romance options, that will she'll say to you that she'll never be able to marry you because of your differences in your upbringing, even though there is explicitly an option in the game to make your upbringing the same as hers. Yet she's like, oh, it can never happen because we're too different in that way. It's like, why even put that option in there? It just like completely ruins that whole concept entirely. So I'm curious that when the DLC comes out, if they fix that or if they somehow change that. I don't know. Who knows? Well, that's right. And I put a lot of effort into using console commands to decorate my apartment with objects that you normally aren't supposed to have access to. So my apartment is just covered in like the venom tree and the vines growing everywhere and like different statues. And I arranged it so that when you're sitting in certain positions, that everything looks scenic and it like fits. Like here. Hey guys, let's look at uh my Starfield home. So I did all this with console commands. It's normally just an empty kind of techy looking room. That's Andreja in That's Me. Looks just like me. As part of the lore of this group is that their home planet, all of like the flora you're seeing here is from their home planet, and it has this sort of spores that come from it that have mind altering effects. Then you'll see here in a second that I managed to actually find the particle effect and like the ambient sound.
Yes?
You
do not need to ask me if you may ask. You may just ask.
I forgot I added this part.
Honestly, I cannot answer that. So many years have been driven by survival in intense circumstances. Leisure time has been in short supply. And I suppose I have conditioned myself to not think about it much. I do enjoy combat training, though I suppose that is hardly the answer you are looking for. You have given me something to consider. Thank you for that. Until next time.
So like I aligned all the furniture and everything so that when someone is sitting in that chair and you're talking, that the snake statue is here, you know, rule of thirds in view in the background, and like I thought a lot about like the framing of stuff. It was really hard to get this all aligned right, using, you know, coordinates and typing stuff in.
Thank you for that.
Alright, so here's the cool, funny clouds. Secret doors. And there we go. So I'm gonna have to do like a whole refresher on like the lore of Starfield. What lore? But before I play the DLC, so I can feel like I am getting the most out of it. But it's kind of hard to figure out if a lot of the beliefs of the Varun are meant to be as simplistic as they sound. Oh god, it's way too bright in my room. I don't think it's as literal as there is a huge snake in space that they worship. I mean, maybe. But if you know about the main story of the game, the snake is very Ouroboros like, you know, the repeating cycle of life and death and life and death, never-ending circle. So that concept exists in the Starfield universe, but theirs is a more kind of classical interpretation of that idea of the repeating life and death. So I don't think they're as crazy cult as they seem. And I remember part of the lore explains that the cultists that you find that are like, oh, you know, death to the non-believers and all that stuff, that they're supposed to be the ones that were left behind and are just sort of like the outsiders that are not in with the in crowd. And they're not considered like real members of the cult or of the belief system. So who knows? And then the last thing we'll do before I raid someone is let's just watch the DLC video. Yeah, Shattered Space.
We have received a distress call of unknown origin. There is no record of a star station in this orbit. Something is not right.
This is the Serpent's will.
Coming aboard was a mistake. We need to run.
Hold very still and choose your words carefully. They will determine how long you live. You trespass in the home of House Maroon. Your fate will be decided by the Great Serpent.
Can you feel its embrace encircling your heart? Constricting until there is no more you. Only us.
I'm from the Trackers Alliance. We have a proposal for you.
I wish you the best of luck.
Well, I'm excited for it at least. I know the creation kit thing has been questionable for Starfield so far. There's a whole video that people made about it. So the way that my file was modified is kind of insane. Let me... Let's take a look back at the past real quick. I managed to manually trigger that bug that would cause NPCs to stick with the ship. So if you find... Someone just crashed into me? The hell? The heck? Am I being boarded? Am I right? Another set of... It's going to be... find a certain scene. Okay, here we go. Here's my squad. Because when I first started the game, before we knew much about it, I was like, I really hope you're able to join the crazy cultists, and then it turns out you can't. The army so I was like, all right, console, let's make it happen. Let's let me get my money's worth. A couple more anyway. Yeah, we're getting double mono. All right. I don't care if people say, I think right, guys, Starfield, at least the giant ticks, visually is a beautiful looking game. It has a lot of problems, yes, but so much of what I liked about the game is just looking at it. They're not going to do you any sights problems? And sounds. Cause you any problems? Hell yeah. 1, 2, 3. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, attendance, class. How do I do this again? Is it bad that when if I watch some of my own VODs like that I laugh at my own jokes? Absolute narcissism. Because they're following me on reference ID. I don't think that would give me that's right. I went and even object. I rescued the only interactable Varun NPC in the game and then forced her to be a part of my crew. And the funny thing is that if I show up to the starport of where she's supposed to be, she immediately exits the ship, which is how I got back into like all the goes back into jail. Like I pulled her out of jail and we explore the whole galaxy as a squad together, and then she runs back into jail as soon as she gets home. Statues and stuff. I didn't know they could do that. Just picked up one of the pirate guns. Oh, that's right. And then I started having them fight other stuff. Yeah. 3, 9, 8 BCC. Oh, that's these again. Guys. I'm just
Oh, that one
watching
got-
this. Okay. Guess I don't really know. Processes to act. Oh, keep doing the thermal vision thing. Come back! Come back! Wow. Instant death. Huh. Oh, then this guy. Let's see what anomaly looks like. Oh my god. Holy.
Where are
Oh no, he converted my person to fight against me. See ya, I'm out. See ya.
Stand still. I'm going to wear your skin.
Sure.
Right behind you.
Safe, safe, safe. Never safe, never safe. Never safe.
Are you gonna find me in the water?
Oh, God. Oh, God.
Can't get me.
Get me. You're not gonna leave me, are you?
How to load into NPCs to tell them to do something different. Hey, we got back. Okay, so what I can do is turn AI. I think the last thing that I did with my save file that was off stream, but I acquired like the biggest Varun ship that you can get. It's like it just looks like a giant like candy bar cell phone that flies around in space. Cemetery. So it'll be fun to go and look back at the file. Well, anyway, that is that I'm gonna do of different difficulties. Field of Stars, and where I left off. So now I'm gonna find someone to raid. Who do we have? Thank you, Hexagon. Thanks for stopping by. And I even went and I like followed a whole bunch of new people that tend to stream around the time when I'm ending my stream, thinking like, oh, I'll have some more choices. And then like none of them are streaming right now. Like, why did I follow you if you're not going to stream when I thought you were going to stream? I could raid the Italian stalker player. Oh, but he's doing the Fallout 4, the London mod, that huge one. Yeah, he's the other mono, because they call, like his Twitch name is Hail the Monolith, and people they call him Mono. And I showed up in chat. I was like, who are you people? Who are you calling Mono?
And yeah, it was kept. Oh
jeez. That's right. Yeah, his VTuber rig is a cheeky breaky fellow from Stalker.
Summer won't last forever.
Oh, shut up, ads. Thanks for the follow, Yuki Rains. Rainus. Rains. Wait, Throne and Liberty is out? Or has that been out for a while? Remember that was controversial because they're like, oh, it's never going to survive in the West.
Just a sleeping bag.
Alright, see you later, psychophile.
To the pub. There's a mine here still. Yeah, let's go back to the pub. Silly goose. What's happening?
A Russian streamer that I follow is streaming, but I don't know if a bunch of English speakers being dropped into a Russian chat would be very helpful for anyone.
What? Stalkers, unfortunately, due to circumstances beyond our control, Stalker 2 will be delayed for Hail the Monolith only until autumn 2025. We appreciate your patience. For us, at this time, more news will follow shortly. Why? Luckily, at least we have that Minecraft-looking game that takes place in Wasteland 2. Oh yeah, StarCraft.
Yeah, there was actually a Japanese streamer that I was watching that had a chat bot that automatically translates all Japanese text to English and all English text to Japanese. And the chat was slow enough where it was actually useful. Like you would just type in chat and immediately a bot clones your message and swaps the language. It's like that's actually really useful. So both parties can just type how they normally would and they can read each other's conversations. And I was watching a Polish streamer once where she had a thing where it was real time translating her voice to English and it was shown on the stream as she talked. But she was speaking so fast that the thing was struggling to keep up. But in general, it was useful to get the general tone or idea of what is being said.
Exactly.
Yeah, the chat bot. I'm sure a lot of you can tell what stream I'm looking at just by the voice alone.
じりじりと迫り来る。走れ走れ。走れ走れ。
Hello there, Barrels. Wait a minute. Are you the new Barrels of Fun? Or are you just Barrels? Because that's cool too. You're just Barrels. Okay. Well, welcome. There's an esteemed member of the community. Oh, you're aware of Barrels of Fun. Okay. Legendary person that like plays Sven co-op and dies. Actually, I think he does like corruption stuff now. Yeah, I'm about to end the stream. I'm just trying to figure out who to raid, and it always takes me a long time. For some reason, like my brain runs at half power as soon as I get to this point of the stream. Everything else is fine, but then as soon as I'm trying to like decide this, it's just like, oh, you recently joined Jackal's Discord, and yeah, funny. Okay, I'm just gonna raid. Hail the Monolith, go from one mono to another. He's playing the Fallout 4 London mod, which I've been meaning to look more into. Apparently, it's mostly well received. And I hear it's fucking massive, mate. All right. So when the sun is here, it means it's time to stop streaming. So thank you all for watching. And thank you, Barrels, who just joined. And Hexagon and Inner Evil and Dringus and Odakode and all of those who were in the chat before. And for the raids from Great Sphinx and Melodica guy, Melodica dude, and Lugnutto and everyone like that. I do have a Discord. I mean, who doesn't? If you are interested in spooky stuff, cool stuff, slick stuff. Just weird mystery things. Here's a link to my Discord. It's called Ludo Crypto, and don't be alarmed. It has nothing to do with cryptocurrency. I came up with the name long before that. I think the Discord's like 6 or 7 years old now. Has it been that long? 2018. Wow. It really is about 6 years old. Amazing. All right. Enjoy Hail the Monolith and some Fallout stuff. The next stream will either be, I'm going to be streaming for the, I forgot to mention this. Sorry. The Blue Shift. You know, there was Remember Freeman, and then there was Opposing the Bar or something, where it's a tribute day where they try to get as many people playing lesser known Half-Life games all at once. And they did that for Half-Life 1, and they did for Opposing Force, and now they're going to do it for Blue Shift. And that's coming up this month. Let me look at my schedule real quick, and I'm going to stream for that like I've done for all the other ones. So just going to play Blue Shift. I might try to find like a co-op thing or something to make it a little more interesting. It's called Shifting the Bar. And it is happening, oh, this Saturday. So a week from yesterday. And it usually happens really early in the morning. So like now. So there's that. All right. Thing is going. Have a good night / morning.